You can take it off display mode because there's photos that haven't been introduced yet. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Over. Should be okay.
I'm what's the address of the emergency?
I just had an accidental discharge.
What was that, ma'am?
Accidental discharge of a firearm.
Okay, ma'am, and what's going to be the address for this?
327 Southeast 32nd Ave.
And can you repeat it one more time?
Damn it! No! No, no, no!
Ma'am?
No! Oh my God! No!
Ma'am, what happened?
Me and my girlfriend was cleaning my gun, and we were trading it back and forth, and I didn't know it was loaded, and I fucking shot her. No! I need an ambulance right now, please.
All right, ma'am, we're getting help on the way, okay?
Please, please. Oh my God, no! No!
Ma'am, I need you to take a deep breath. We're getting help on the way.
I'm not. No, please. God damn it, I lost. No. No, no, no. No. Oh my God.
Ma'am, I need you to take a deep breath. We're getting help on the way, okay?
327 Southeast 32nd Ave, please. No, oh my God. I don't. No, God. Damn it.
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am.
No, oh my God. I'm sorry, babe. I love you. No, 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 no. I need help right now.
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am.
I love you. God damn it, no.
Just bear with me
No.
1 second, okay? We're getting help on the way.
No.
All right. And ma'am, how is she doing now? Is she breathing? Is she awake?
No, she needs medic. She's shot in the head. God damn it.
Ma'am, is she obviously deceased?
I don't want to say that. No, babe, no. I don't think she is. I can still feel a pulse. Hurry up.
All right.
I'll have that.
All right, ma'am. And where in the head was she shot? The front, the side, where?
Forehead. The front, the forehead. No. 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 Oh, my God. No.
We're already getting help on the way, okay?
Oh. The door's unlocked. God damn it, no! I knew it should have been doing this. I know, no! Oh my God, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, I need help.
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am. And how old is she?
She's 25. No,
right.
My God.
Ma'am, I need you to put the gun away and let me know when it's secure.
They're away. They're unloaded, they're away.
And as of right now, is she awake?
No, she's unconscious.
Is she
I
breathing?
need help right now. Please, I need help.
Ma'am, is she breathing?
No. I don't think so. I need help.
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am.
I need help right now. No. No. No, no, no. God damn it. No. 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 Tell them to come in. I'm good. I'm good.
All right, ma'am.
I need help. I need medics right now. God, Liberty, come here.
Ma'am, are you a deputy?
Liberty. I need help. Where's the gun? There's one in her lap and one there. We're good. I need medics right now. No! No! I knew we should have been fucking.
We heard during the 911 call, the call taker repeatedly refer to the caller as ma'am.
Yes.
When you arrived, did you actually determine that the caller was a male?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived, tell the jury a picture of what was going on and what you saw when you got there.
I saw a white male holding a white female's head. She was sitting in a chair.
Did you notice any vehicles parked outside the residence when you were walking up to it?
I did.
What'd you see?
It was a Marion County Sheriff's Office patrol car.
Did you eventually determine who that patrol car belonged to?
We did.
Who?
It belonged to the defendant.
Okay. Were you the first officer on scene, or did multiple officers arrive all around the same time?
Multiple officers arrived around the same time.
Was there a dog in the residence?
There was.
Based on the defendant's comments, did you determine the dog's name?
Yes.
What was it?
Liberty.
Showing us the market states exhibit B as in boy. Can you take a look at those photos and tell me if you recognize them?
I recognize them.
And generally, what do those photos show?
Photos of the crime scene.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the residence and the inside of the residence?
Yes.
This time, state would move B into evidence as states 2, Your Honor.
No objection. Without objection, what's the marker identification of State's Exhibit B will be admitted to evidence as State's Exhibit 2.
May I publish?
Yes, sir.
Showing you photo 1 of state 2. Generally, what does this show?
Shows the front of the residence.
Okay, and did you also see the Marion County Patrol vehicle in front?
I do.
We see some yellow tape lined up. I'm assuming that tape was not there when you arrived.
It was not.
What is that tape?
That was crime scene tape.
Was anyone outside when you arrived?
No.
You briefly described it earlier, but what did you and other officers do right when you went inside the house?
We went inside, moved the table out of the way, secured the scene.
Showing you photo 2 of stage 2. What does this show?
It shows the entrance to the residence.
When you walk into that front door, what's to the right
It's a living room,
and what's straight ahead?
a dining room.
Explain what you saw. You mentioned that you saw the defendant near the victim. What was happening when you walked in?
When I walked in, the defendant was holding the victim's head and screaming, "No, no."
Okay, and how was the victim positioned?
The victim was sitting in a chair with her back facing the wall.
Was there a table near her?
There was.
You said the victim was in a chair with her back facing the wall. Which wall?
The wall between the dining room and the kitchen.
What was done to try to assess and treat the victim?
She was, officers took a look at her. I'm not exactly sure. That was Officer Coughlin, I believe.
What was the last thing you said? I'm sorry.
Officer Coughlin.
Okay. And what did Officer Coughlin do?
Officer Coughlin checked her for injuries.
Okay. And did you see any injuries on her?
I did.
What did you see?
I saw a gunshot wound in the center of the forehead.
At some point, did Officer Coughlin assume holding the victim's head stationary?
Yes.
How'd that happen?
I believe the defendant was asked to walk away. She began to fall down, and Officer Coughlin grabbed her head.
Okay. What was your role at this point? What did you do inside the residence?
I cleared the left portion of the house to the left of the dining room, make sure that no one else was there. I then went and stood by. There was a rifle sitting on the table to make sure that it was not moved.
What do you mean by cleared the left side of the house? What does that mean?
It means I went and searched to make sure there were no other persons in the residence.
Did you find anybody else in the residence?
No.
And once you were done clearing and making sure nobody else was there, is that when you went back to where the dining room table was?
Yes.
Did you notice anything on the table itself?
Yes.
What'd you see?
I saw a rifle, some firearms, accessories, and then a bunch of miscellaneous items.
As a law enforcement officer, are you trained and familiar with firearms and how they work?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the various parts of the firearms?
Yes.
Describe the rifle that you saw.
The rifle did not have a magazine. It was an AR-15 style, and it had a red dot sight mounted on it.
And for those jurors who may have no knowledge of firearms at all, describe, you said there was no magazine in it.
Mm-hmm.
What's a magazine?
Magazine is the part of the weapon that contains the ammunition. It's detachable from the bottom. It sticks out the bottom, and it can be removed.
Okay. Is that where the projectiles and the ammunition is loaded into?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that the rifle, AR-style rifle, had a red dot sight on it. Describe what that is.
It's a sight fixed to the top of the rifle, towards the back. I think it's round, and it has a lens you look behind the lens, and in the center of it, there's a red dot that you use to aim.
And is that kind of like a laser?
No.
Okay, what's the difference between a red dot sight and a laser sight?
So a laser sight would be sort of like a laser pointer affixed to the rifle that would point a red laser, whereas the red dot sight, the red dot is inside the sight itself. It's not visible outside.
Okay, so you'd have to look through the sight to see the red dot, but nobody else could.
Yes.
I understand. Did you notice any blood on the floor around the victim?
Yes.
What'd you see?
There was a lot of blood pooling below the victim.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant was escorted out of the house.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, had EMS arrived on scene yet at this point?
At some point they did.
Okay. And when EMS arrives on a scene, did they just walk into the scene or do they have to be allowed in?
They have to be, the scene has to be cleared for EMS to come in.
Okay. Why? Can you explain to the jury why they do that?
So in a situation involving something like a firearm, it could be dangerous for EMS who don't have any way to protect themselves. So law enforcement arrives on scene first and make sure it's safe for them before they come in.
And once you give the all clear that's safe, then the EMS can come in?
Yes, sir.
Before the defendant was escorted out of the house, did he say anything about another firearm?
He did not. Not that I can recall, at least.
Okay. Do you remember, was a firearm ever located in the victim's lap?
Yes.
Okay, describe how you guys discovered that and what happened.
When one of the officers mentioned that there was a firearm sitting in her lap, and that's when it brought it to my attention.
Okay. And what happened with that firearm?
I removed the firearm from her lap and set it on the table.
Okay. Describe to the jury how you did that.
With the gloves on, I went and I grabbed the bottom of the grip, and I carefully picked it up and moved it and set it on the dining room table.
What kind of firearm was that?
It was a Glock handgun.
Describe the condition of that gun.
The slide was forward. It did not have a magazine.
How was the victim dressed or covered?
The victim was naked.
Okay. Did she have anything covering any part of her body?
Not that I can remember.
Once the scene was cleared and the medical personnel came inside the house, was anything done with the table to give law enforcement, EMS, better access to the victim?
Yes, the table was pushed from where it was in the center of the dining room up to where you see it in the photographs.
What did the EMS do to try to treat the victim?
If I recall correctly, EMS looked at her and determined that she was deceased.
And what did you do while EMS was doing that process?
I stood by to make sure that no one manipulated the rifle that was on the table.
Once EMS confirmed she was deceased, what was done with the victim's body?
She was lowered to the ground and covered with, I believe, a blanket.
Showing you photograph 3 from States 2. What does this show?
That shows the crime scene.
You said earlier that the chairs and the table had been moved to give better access to the victim. Can you describe for the jury how the table that we see in the photograph, is this how it appeared after you moved it?
Yes, sir.
How was it positioned before it was moved?
The table was originally in the center of the dining room, kind of lined up with the window in the back.
And the chair that we see at the threshold of the kitchen, what is that chair?
That chair was the chair that the victim was sitting on originally.
Did you have a body camera on at the time?
Yes.
What is a body camera?
Body camera is a device that records video from the point of view of the officer.
Was it actively recording at the time?
It was.
Showing us the marked States Exhibit C for identification. Do you recognize that is?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed it and I initialed it.
And does that just fairly and accurately depict the portion of your body cam we discussed?
It does.
This time statement you see in evidence of States 3.
No objection.
Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State C will be admitted to evidence as State's Exhibit 3.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
There's one in Carlisle. I need medics right now. No! No! I knew we should have been fucking doing this! Please, no!
Somebody's over here.
She has one. I don't know why we're fucking doing this. She kept trying to fucking teach me. No! I didn't want her to fucking be doing. God damn it!
I'm just gonna watch it. I don't want to move it for evidentiary.
No! Larry, go down! Get away! No! Fuck! Can I put my dog's friend? Just leave it alone.
Make sure she doesn't get out, okay?
Fuck!
Let's get her. What do you need? Put her in the room. How far is he in this? I'll find that first.
616, 252 on EMS, please.
Clear away from moving this table. What?
No! No! I don't!
Move her hand. There's a single zero on her lap. Someone move her hand. Someone look for the zero. Be careful. All right. Is anybody else?
Was that the firearm that we just saw
Yes.
that you moved?
Yes.
Show me what the marked States Exhibit D was in dog. You recognize that photograph?
I do.
Is that the same person that you saw deceased in the chair?
Yes.
This time state would move States D into evidence of States 4.
No objection.
Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit D will be admitted to evidence as State's Exhibit 4.
May I publish?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
And please support.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Officer McCurdy.
Good morning.
You okay?
Yes, sir. Just have a cold.
There's a whole lot of coughing going on in here.
Mhm.
So. Based on your body camera videos, would you agree you were the third one in the door?
Yes.
And one of the ones ahead of you was coughing,
Yes.
bald, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Boileau, when you came through the door, was standing next to Miss Wright, holding her. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
And he was covered in her blood.
Yes,
And frantic
he was.
and distraught.
Yes, sir.
What was the first thing you heard him say?
No. No.
And then somebody asked him about guns
Yes.
right away. And what did he say?
And he told us where the 2 firearms were.
Right off the bat. He said, there's one in her lap. And then he pointed at the table and he said, there's one right there. You didn't remember that when you first began to testify.
I did not recall that.
So the reason you knew there was a gun in her lap is because he told you there was a gun in her lap.
Yes, sir.
And then you did a quick check of the other rooms, to make sure there wasn't anybody else in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at about that point, when you got back into that kitchen area, dining room area, somebody told Mr. Boileau to let her go, right?
I can't recall that exactly.
It's pretty evident he was waved away from her. Did you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then he went to the living room area, right?
Yes.
And Officer LeVay was with him, right?
I can't recall what Officer
Dark
LeVay did.
hair, big, thick, black glasses.
Yes, I know who
That's
Officer.
LeVay, right?
Yes, but I don't recall what he did.
You didn't see him?
I was looking at the victim in the video.
And within a minute or two, somebody tells Mr. Boileau to get out of the house. Yes?
Yes.
And you picked up the handgun from her lap.
Yes.
But you had to move her hand.
I cannot recall if I had to move her hand or not.
Okay. Where'd you put the handgun?
I put it on the dining room table.
When you picked it up, how was it positioned in her lap?
I believe it was positioned facing her.
Oh, can you hear
What is
me
that?
now?
Can you describe?
Oh,
So
you
the,
can. My little bubble's
I would say
moving.
the
I got it.
trigger guard was facing her.
Closer to her torso? Is that what you're saying?
I got
Yes.
it.
So it was on right side, left side.
I can't recall exactly which side it was on. It was in her lap.
Okay, well, we watched you pick it up on the video.
Mhm.
But the trigger was closer to.
I cannot recall exactly where the trigger was.
Okay. And you grabbed it by the grip
Yes.
and then laid it on the table,
Yes, sir.
which had already been moved at that point, the
Yes.
table itself. There was no EMS there. That table was 3 feet from where it originally was. Is that right?
That's correct.
Because somebody shoved it over there, right?
That's correct.
Was that Officer LeVay?
I believe it was Officer LeVay and I.
And somebody shoved the sofa? And somebody shoved the table next to the sofa?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or not.
And how many different police officers were in that house
I don't know.
before the first evidence officer arrived?
I don't know the exact number of officers.
Would 10 sound about right?
I don't want to speculate.
And you say the handgun that you took from Miss Wright's lap had no magazine and was not otherwise loaded as far as you could tell.
I did not know if it was loaded or not.
But it had no magazine.
Had no magazine in it.
I do not have any more questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, counsel. State any redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Members of the jury, do any of y'all have questions of this witness? If you do, please raise your hand. All right, seeing no hands, is he released, state?
He is, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Okay, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your
Thank you,
time.
Your Honor.
Members of the jury, anybody on the jury need a break, bathroom break?
Oh, this is gonna be a long
Raise your
day
hand.
when they're asking
We've
the
got
jury if
the
they've
jurors
got
in place. Now, before we
questions.
separate, I want to remind you that even on recess, you continue to be a juror in this case. For that reason, do not discuss the case among yourselves or with any other person. And do not use your electronic devices to attempt to learn about the case or the persons or places involved, okay? With that said, we'll probably get back at about 9:55. We'll give you a little more than 10 minutes. Everyone will have a chance to use the restroom, okay? See you back shortly. Leave your notepads here on your chairs, face down.
Okay, well, being y'all couldn't hear me the last time, I was giving a little overview of what this is about. The boyfriend and the girlfriend had been drinking, and they decided that they were going to clean his weapon. And just all of a sudden, she gets shot right in the head. So this is going to be interesting. All right, let's zoom here.
The jury's left the courtroom. Counsel
Oh,
will be
wait.
in recess until 9:55.
Yes, sir.
Anything we need to take up before we break?
I don't believe so.
No, sir.
Okay. See you all back shortly.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Have you been having problems with the audio from this side for some reason?
No, sir, this has never happened before.
The only thing I can think of is
Are we ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yay, I've got it all figured out except for the cam.
Counsel, y'all can see it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Did the cough drops make their way back where we needed them?
I have COPD.
Oh, okay. Very good. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. All right, state, call your for next witness.
State Call Sergeant Brandon Ciroli. I got a dice system display.
Yes, sir.
His body cam or somebody else? Forward that way.
You swear or affirm the testimony about to give the truth and the truth and the truth, so help you God?
I do. You can be seated, sir. All right. Morning.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Sergeant Brandon Ciroli with the Ocala Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Ocala Police Department?
I've been 20 years now.
And what do you do for Ocala PD right now?
Right now, I'm a sergeant assigned to the patrol division.
What does that involve on a day-to-day basis?
Checking a lot of reports, just more or less managing, leading 4 officers that are assigned to a quadrant. We just keep them, we're there for their assistance, more or less, just helping them out on a day-to-day basis.
What did you do before you became a sergeant?
Before I was a sergeant, I was a major crimes detective.
Let me direct your attention to September 19th of 2024. Did you respond to 327 Southeast 32nd Avenue in Ocala regarding a shooting?
Yes, I did.
Is that in Marion County?
Yes, it is.
When you arrived, tell the jury what was going on.
At first, I think I was either first or second sergeant on scene, but several officers had already arrived on scene at that point. I went up into the residence itself and just kind of, as a sergeant, my job is more or less just to kind of scan, see what's going on, try to bring some order to chaos. And that's more or less what I did, was assessing the moment to see what needed to be done, what was being done.
Did you go inside the residence?
I did. I briefly stepped inside the front door just a few feet just to kind of get a lay of the land.
What was going on when you stepped inside the residence?
Immediately, I saw the victim sitting in a chair. So several officers were tending to her, trying to provide some measure of first aid. And then the gentleman, white male, was off to the right-hand side in the living room area. There was also a dog in there, and so he was in the living room as well. So.
And that gentleman you saw in the living room area, did you come to learn what his name was?
Yes.
What was his name?
Leslie Boileau.
And do you see him here in court today?
I do.
Could you please point him out and tell me what he's wearing?
Yes, the gentleman over here is a bluish suit.
Light blue or dark blue?
Oh, well, yes, there's a dark blue suit there. The lighter blue one with the glasses.
Okay, Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
No objection.
Without objection, the record will reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Did you actually make contact with the defendant, like interact with him?
I did.
Okay, and what did you do when you made contact with him?
Seeing the scenario that we had playing out in front of us, I wanted him, kind of give the officers some room to work and not have him right there in the scene. So I escorted him out of the house, out to the front yard where we could be away from the officers to give them more space to work. At that time, just in general, asked them, what happened here, so we kind of get a lay of the land, and figure out what we were dealing with.
When you escorted him outside, where did you guys go in the front yard?
Right to his front yard. There's like a gravel driveway, I believe. There's a few vehicles parked out there where we walked over to.
Was he handcuffed? Was he under arrest at that time?
No, he was not.
Did you have a body-worn camera activated?
Yes, I did.
Was it recording?
It was.
And did it capture the events that you just described and your interaction with the defendant?
It did.
Showing you up to Mark and State's Exhibit E for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's I see my signature date on the side over here.
What is that?
It is it's going to be a DVD that contains a image or video from my body camera.
Is it fairly accurately depicts the events you described in your interaction with the defendant?
Yes.
This time, State would move E into evidence as State's 5, I believe.
No objection.
Without objection, once the mark of identification of State's Exhibit E will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 5.
While you were outside with the defendant, did other officers approach?
Eventually, yes.
Do you remember who those officers were?
Yes, Officer Sampson and Officer LeBay came up to me.
And did Officer LeBay also have a body-worn camera activated at that time?
Yes, he did.
Would his camera have captured the remaining interaction with the defendant?
Yes.
What did you do at the point where Officer LeBay and Officer Sampson approached?
At first, I did stay with him just for a few moments, but at that point, other supervisors were arriving on scene. I needed to brief them on what we had and start working out a plan of action of what we needed to do on the scene to get it secured and start getting the investigations out. So I stepped away from them to start assisting the other supervisors.
Was the defendant eventually transported to the Ocala Police Department for a follow-up interview or for a further interview?
Yes.
Okay. And did that basically end your involvement in the case?
Yes, once he was transported, I was finished with my involvement.
May I publish State's 5, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That's 26 times, so.
One is for Alex, 73. Square for you, man.
26.
That's 26. Okay, I think we got enough units here. Slow anybody else down or cancel.
And for the use of the 35, the code 610.
Oh, this is. Is this the house of a 1037 or is he just here?
Liberty, coming down. Get away.
Yeah. Start setting that up.
No.
That's a deputy.
Okay.
6138. It is clear for EMS.
He needs to come out here.
26.
Fuck.
Sir. Hey, come on. Come on out here. Let me talk to you. Yep.
Make sure she doesn't get out.
Step on out here, man.
Fuck!
Oh, 3 on 36.
What happened, man?
We were fucking around with the guns. I was cleaning them. She's like, you need to teach me. You need to teach me. And we were.
Who's that to you?
My girlfriend.
That's your girlfriend? Okay.
It's Polina Wright. God damn it! I told her not to.
Hold up now.
All right, hey, relax. I know it's a lot going on right now. It just,
No!
your dog's going to, I don't want him to freak out. I don't want him to freak out.
Trevor, stay. No, I don't.
Hey, come on out. Come here.
God damn it!
You know you want to give them room to work. Come on.
I know.
Come on. They're here.
And then what's the, oh my God.
We don't need all these people here.
I knew this.
Yeah, they're here.
I told her not. I didn't want this. I knew this was a She doesn't ever fucking listen to me. I didn't want this to happen.
Somebody started.
No!
All right.
I signed somebody to him.
That's me for now.
I'm not.
I got him. I'll say what.
Well, the three of us, we'll hang out with you, all right?
Fuck!
What's your name, buddy?
Leslie Boileau.
Leslie. All right, Leslie. Okay. Take care. Lesley.
Oh,
Lesley.
no, I-E. No.
Jesus, I don't think we need the station.
They're holding the station.
10 for stations, 1098, 1033, priority traffic, 1035.
Are you all right if we put your tailgate down? You can take a seat on the tailgate, man. Hey. Stay on him. You too.
No freaking out.
At that point, we see you walk away. Is that when you went and did supervisor duties and left the defendant with Officer LeVay and Sampson?
That's correct.
Okay. We heard a couple codes that you used at the beginning of your body cam. One that said clear for EMS. What does that mean?
Well, just letting them know that EMS, the scene was secure enough. EMS won't come in if it's still a hot scene. There's danger there. They have to wait for us to say it's clear for them.
You used the term 10-8. What does that mean?
10-8 means just they can leave. So I believe I would have, not sure when I used it exactly, but yeah, it's typically clearing a scene or clearing a spot. If I want them, they take a 10-8 from here means you can leave from this spot, go over here somewhere.
Is that when you were calling or telling dispatch to tell other officers they don't need to come, we have enough here?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe I did at that point. They could take a 10-8, yeah.
And what's the term 1037? You saw that when you walked up.
Right. So that's it means employee. So when I saw the sheriff's department's car out there, at that point, I don't know if it's sometimes sheriff's office will hear our stuff go out, shots fired calls. They'll come to our scenes too to help out if they're in the area. So I was more or less inquiring is that a 1037 like living here? Is this his house or is this or did he just show up on scene to help? Kind of that was the conversation around that.
And you determined obviously that the
Yes.
sheriff's office employee lived there.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Ryan. Thank you, Sergeant.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Hey, good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
You're one of the few around here that's been here long enough for me to remember you.
Yeah.
All right. So you were clearly not the first officer to arrive.
That is accurate. Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how many Ocala Police Department officers were there by the time you got there?
No, I didn't stop to take an assessment of the count.
All right. But there were enough.
There were quite a few.
You told the dispatcher, stop the ones that are coming.
Yes.
At the point you arrived, do you have any idea how many of your officers actually entered that home?
No, I don't.
And you noticed the patrol vehicle parked in front of the house, and you kind of gave a little under your breath exclamation, like, oh. That
Yes,
made
sir.
it a little different.
It changes the dynamic just a bit. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you verified that the driver of that vehicle was actually the owner of the home.
Yes, I didn't verify that personally, but someone,
Right.
one of the officers on scene
They
told me.
answered your question.
Yes.
Do you know how many officers were actually in the house when you kind of stuck your head in to get him out?
No, I don't. Like I said, I didn't stop to count
But you wanted
the heads there.
Is that right?
I wanted,
Mr. Boileau out of the house.
yes, sir.
Why is that?
At this point, it's whether it's a crime scene or it's a hot scene of some sort. I know there's firearms involved. I need my officers' safety is paramount. And they're trying to do work on the young lady in there. They need to make sure they're going to have their back to him. I don't know if there's any other firearms. I don't know his state of mind at that point. It's the safe bet is to separate him from the scene at that point and have him step outside.
All right. And then you asked him what happened. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Friendly enough.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I have no idea what happened at that point. I want to just try to figure out what we have going on.
Sure. And he answered you.
More or less, yes, sir.
How would you describe his demeanor at that point?
I would say he was distraught. Yeah, for sure.
Frantic?
He seemed, I'd say frantic would be a good word to use for that. Yes, sir.
And he actually at one point headed back up on the porch.
Yes, sir.
Kind of jumped.
Yeah.
And if I understood what you were saying on the video correctly, you were kind of concerned he was going to get the dog agitated.
Yes, dogs typically play off their owners.
Okay. So you try to get him.
I'm not a dog whisperer or expert on that, but it's been my opinion.
Sure. But you wanted to kind of de-escalate what was going on in the front door of the house, so you wanted him to move.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you walked over to the back of what turned out to be his truck. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Along with other police officers.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many walked with you?
That would be 2, Officer Sampson, Officer LeBay.
Well, those are the ones you assigned to stay with him. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right?
Correct.
And you directly did that. You two stay with him.
Yes, sir.
But there were others there.
There were others standing about. I think I saw a canine officer already over there. He ended up wandering off after that.
Right. And at one point around the back of that truck, there were 6 or 7 uniformed officers kind of in a semicircle around the vehicle, back of the vehicle.
It's potentially a few of them probably walked up. I don't know how many.
Okay.
I apologize. I didn't make that count.
But you didn't consider him to be in custody at that point?
I would say he wouldn't be in custody as far as
relevance.
Overruled. You can approach. Yes. I'm gonna put the noise on. You'd be able to hear.
Yeah.
Well, that was loud. All right. I guess we can fast forward through that loudness. I'm not really used to this yet.
overtly detained him.
Okay. So it would have been okay if he climbed in the cab of his truck and drove off.
I would say at that point, I would not have appreciated that move.
And you'd have stopped him.
I would agree with that sentiment. I would have stopped him at that point, yeah.
And then he would have been in custody.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No other questions?
Any redirect state?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any of y'all have any questions of this witness? If you do, raise your hands. All right, seeing no hands, is he released state?
He's released, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Defense?
No objections.
Okay, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your time. I'd state you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, state's going to call Hayden Sampson to this time.
set it up.
Yes. Thanks.
Good morning. If you don't mind, can you introduce yourself to us and spell your name for record purposes?
How you doing? I'm Officer Hagan Sampson,
And can you spell your name?
Hagan, last name Sampson, Samson.
Where do you currently work?
I work at the Ocala Police Department.
How long have you been with the Ocala Police Department?
Approximately almost 7 years now.
Okay. What is your current position with the Ocala Police Department?
I'm a police officer.
Okay. And can you, were you also working with the Ocala Police Department back in 2024? I know you said you were with them for 7 years, but were you working with them back in 2024?
Yes, sir, I was.
Same kind of position of patrol and police officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to draw your attention specifically to September 19th of 2024. Did you respond to a shooting that occurred at 327 Southeast 32nd Avenue?
I did, sir.
Okay. What city was that in?
Ocala, Florida.
Okay. What county?
Marion County.
Okay. Now, when you arrived to the scene, were you the only one in your patrol vehicle or were you riding with somebody?
I was riding with my partner, Officer Kyler LeBay.
Okay. Now, when you guys got to that or responded to that scene, were you the first officer, one of the first officers? Kind of walk us through what that looks like when you guys are arriving there.
We had arrived there prior. After other officers already entered the house, they were already tending to the victim, and then we got there just to try to help out as much as we possibly could.
Okay. Now, when you get to the scene, do you end up going inside the residence?
Yes, sir, we did.
Can you just briefly describe to us when you go inside the residence, what it is that you observed or what you saw?
So when we entered the residence, we just straight ahead from the front door of the residence, you see the victim sitting in a chair, bleeding. There's a table just directly in front of her, just with guns and cleaning equipment on it.
Okay. And was there anybody with the victim when you arrived in the house?
There was.
Who was it?
Mr. Boileau.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Boileau in the courtroom today?
I did.
Can you please point him out and identify him by an article of clothing?
He's wearing a blue suit with a blue striped tie, sitting in the defense's.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
No objection. Without objection, the record will reflect the witness identified the defendant.
Now, where was you said you saw Mr. Boileau in the house with the victim. Where was he at in reference to the victim? Where was he standing? What was he doing?
He was in the main room. It's a house that kitchen, dining room area is right next to where the living room is. As soon as you walk through the front door, he was standing next to the victim. He was with the other officers, just walking around the scene.
Okay. And I know you kind of touched on it, but were you the only officer? And I know you said you were kind of with Officer LeBay. Were you and Officer LeBay the only officers in the house at this time?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you and Officer LeBay stay in the house the entire time?
No, sir.
Where did you guys end up going?
Once we found out we could not help more with inside the residence, we then were positioned more with standing with Mr. Boileau outside of the residence, away from the scene.
Now, when you went outside of the residence with Mr. Boileau, where did you guys end up kind of stationing or essentially kind of hanging out with him at?
We were predominantly by where his marked patrol vehicle and his truck were, just in the driveway of the residence.
Okay. And did you end up staying with him the entire time while he was on scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
At that point.
And was he eventually transported to an area where he was later interviewed?
Yes, sir.
Now, who ended up transporting him to that Marion County office?
Me and Officer LeBay.
Okay. Now, did you and Officer LeBay take any part in the actual questioning or talking to him at the station?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, during this time, did you and Officer LeBay have body-worn cameras?
Yes, sir.
Were they recording and were they working and functional at that time?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review not only your body-worn camera, but Officer LeBay's body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Officer LeBay's body-worn camera kind of captures the events a little bit better than yours?
Very.
Okay. But you were there the entire time that Officer LeBay's body-worn camera was recording?
Yes, sir. By the time we were positioned outside the residence, we were pretty much in tandem in the same exact area, seeing the same exact stuff.
And reviewing Officer LeBay's body-worn camera, did it accurately depict everything that you observed and what you saw that night with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm showing defense what's been previously marked as states out for identification, if I may approach.
Yes, sir.
Can you just take a look at this and let us know if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. I do recognize
What is that?
That is Officer LeBay's body-worn camera that I have reviewed and signed.
Okay. And again, I'm going to ask that same question. Reviewing that body-worn camera, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred that evening when you were standing with Officer LeBay?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state removing the evidence what's been previously marked as states F for identification as I believe state 6.
No objection.
Without objection, what's marked for identification as states F will be admitted to evidence as states exhibit 6.
And Your Honor, if I may publish and have access.
Yes, sir.
Hey, if you don't have anything to do, can you come out here and help set up further on?
Yep. Coughlin, need me here?
No.
Okay.
Somebody started.
Perimeter? Yep.
All right. Ready for that. I got him.
What's your name, bud?
Leslie Boileau Jr.
Leslie? All right, Leslie. Okay. Take care of it. L-E-S-L-E-Y?
Huh?
L-E-S-L-E-Y?
No, I-E. No. He's over here. Should put him over here.
10 first stations, 10-8,
Hey, sir, we're gonna step over here, okay?
Step to the trunk, okay?
So, you all right to put your tailgate down? Take a seat on the tailgate, man?
Whoa.
What's your middle initial, sir?
Dale.
Dale? Dale, what's your last name?
Boileau.
Boileau?
Boileau.
Boileau?
O-I-L.
No, but you have on-call kid.
I-L-E-A-U.
And what's your date of birth?
9/7/92.
10-7.
It's all in there.
What kind of gun was it?
The AR on the counter, and she has the pistol in her lap.
Okay, which is the gun that went off?
The AR. Fuck. I told her. God damn it.
What did you see happen?
I was cleaning the guns. We were pointing them at each other.
During the cleaning process, or what was going on?
She was like, I want you to teach me how to use them. I want you to teach me how to use them. I was like, okay, we will.
Okay, why were they pointing them at each other? A man that has been through training for the police academy, schooling, the first thing you learn, even as a kid, you don't point guns at each other. That's his own fault. Man. Sorry for that, dude. All right, back to it.
Well, we were pointing them at each other, and mine went off.
And you were holding the AR? Yes. Oh, just gonna hold what we got.
I know it looks really fucking bad. Didn't fucking want this to happen. I told her I did not want this to happen. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to fucking train her in the fucking house like this. Because she has no fucking gun experience.
5673.
God damn it.
Hey, do you have your, you want to drop the tailgate that you can just have a seat? There we go. Yeah,
how is she doing?
I don't know. I'm out here with you, man. I know the medics are in there. They're working on her now, okay?
You work for MCSO? Yes. Yeah. How long have you been with MCSO now?
8 years.
8 years.
Fuck, I know better. God damn it. I can't believe this is happening.
Are the roads cleared up for them to get through?
I know fucking better. Why the fuck was I doing? No.
I take it you're A company with MCSO?
Yes. Yeah. They pronounce it. No. No, we were having a good fucking night. Why did I let this happen? I should not have let this happen. Fuck. Why did this happen? I should not have. Should have never let her go. Should not have let her. Should not have been doing this. God damn it. No! Oh, No!
Sir, what was your name again? Sorry.
Leslie Boileau.
Leslie
Dale Boileau Jr.
Boileau?
Boileau.
Boileau?
Boileau.
Okay. Boileau. How's that spelled?
Boileau. I can get you my ID.
I'm sorry, he probably already.
Boileau.
Boileau. Boileau.
Yes.
Okay. I got it.
No.
Like that. Boileau. Yes.
My ID number will NCO 6022.
Turn on your radio cut off.
No. No.
Your radio cut out. 10 on your request.
No.
Pleasure. Got a 679. I'll show you tonight. Call advise you cancel.
No.
10-8.
No. No.
Yeah, the EOS are on this one.
No! This is not happening! Polina, no! No! I should not have let this happen! Why? No! No! Polina, no! 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 God damn it! No! No! Oh no! No! God damn it, Polina! No, you can't be God! I was so... No! No! Polina, no! 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 She can't be God. She just can't be God. No!
Don't seem to work right now, man.
They're not taking her out in the ambulance, so she's fucking dead. This isn't my first fucking rodeo. No, I don't want her gone. No. No. I was so cautious. Fucking unloaded her gun. No! Can't believe fucking let this happen. I know better. I fucking know better. Should not have been fucking doing this. No, no, no! 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 God, why? No!
67. Accident 320. 10
Oh no! 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 This is not fucking happening! We had such a fucking good night! No! No, no, no! God, why? Such a good night. No! I can't believe this is happening. No, 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 please God, this is a fucking nightmare. I hope this is a fucking nightmare. I hope so. No! This is not happening right now.
You have that's 30 time. Yeah. What is it? It's like boy game.
No!
Leslie is on this side, and then it's correct spelling of the last name right here. So it's Leslie. I didn't write it all down.
Please tell me. This is a fucking nightmare. No! Oh, no, 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 oh my, no, no, God damn it. No. She can't be gone. She can't be. I'm calling. Please, God. Please. No, 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 no. No! This can't be happening. This can't be happening. No, 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 no! Oh my God, no! Oh. No, Polina, I fucking love you, I swear. No, no, no! What? What did I do? No! This can't be fucking happening! This can't be. No, 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 no. This can't be fucking happening. No, no. This can't be fucking happening right now. This can't be fucking happening. No! God damn. No. This can't be fucking happening.
I'll be right back. You don't gotta take me out.
No, she's fucking good. This can't be fucking happening.
Yes, thank you.
This can't be fucking happening. No. 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 Fuck. This can't be fucking happening.
You want to yell at each other?
No. God. No. It was so good.
679 Hotel 65 Signal 50.
She can't. Oh,
65.
2200 block of North Pine. Florida plate 14 Echo Mike Victor Echo 14E MVE black sedan.
No! Oh, Polina! Polina! No! 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 No, no, no!
Okay, going up there with the sun on.
Who said you relax? Yeah, we're back. Come on. Okay.
Got a 68.2, 20, 10 4 check.
4 check.
20.
Can't be happening. Can't be fucking happening right now. She was so fucking good. No. No. First. No. God damn it. No. No.
Signal for a vehicle versus bicyclist, top of 16th Street, 27th Ave. Top of 16th Street, 27th Avenue. Still get further. Just probably advised.
No. No. I fucking love her. No. No.
51. 10 4. Yes, response to 6.
No.
Yes, response to 6 4. The vehicle hit a bicyclist. The bicyclist is on the ground. There's obvious injuries. Still get further. Right?
Not to let this.
Count it. S31 E26. 10 4.
No.
County is the signal for the bicycle is screaming on the ground. Unknown extensive injuries. EMS is also 51. Simply.
No. No. What am I gonna do?
Bro, go ahead with
No. Polina. No.
10 for just about additional.
No. God.
I thought I better take a quick minute and give some commentary, but this is wild. Like, I guess I don't understand why they're just letting him do all this yelling and screaming and stuff. Apparently he's gonna have to go to the police station. Why don't they just get him in the car and get him there so he can start it there already? You know what I mean? Like, the neighbors have got to be like, what is going on? So, all right. Well, I thought I would stop and give some commentary. My boyfriend, I think, is on his way here from lunch, so I will be back in a minute. All right, here we go. Oops, where am I at? Go to YouTube.
No! No!
725 Harlow County, get a speedy 51.
County is on the signal 4. Caller is going to be in a black Chevy Impala. Okay? 6870, go ahead.
God damn it!
65.
No!
Yep.
No! It can't be fucking happening! She can't be fucking gone! No! No! Pauline, I love you. God damn it, I love you. I can't fucking, no! You can't be fucking, come on. No! You can't be fucking God, Polina. No! No, you can't be fucking God. Oh my God. No! Paulina, no.
You put your glasses up on. Yeah. I didn't want to man. I was just saying breaking.
I don't fucking.
I don't know.
I don't. No! I know better! We should not have been doing that! God damn it! God damn it! No! Why could it have been me, not her? I wish it was me! No! No! God damn it! This is not fucking fair! Why wasn't it me? I wanted to be me, not her.
Got a 679, 621, for check.
She knew better. What? No! No! She was so fucking good. She was a good fucking person. No!
Got a 6924.
This is not fucking happening.
51 at Courtyard. 3712 Southwest 30th Ave, 3712 Southwest 30th Avenue. Callers advised that you need a guest room for the property. It's going to be a white male, late 20s to 30s, with dark blue clothing and a hat. Advised to between the front desk and the entrance. Advised just been walking around. 6924.
No. No, no, no.
Now, Officer Sampson, I know the body work camera kind of stops there, but was body worn camera still recording the rest of the interaction all the way up to the point where you took him to the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the interaction that you had with the defendant, was it more or less the same with what we just kind of observed on this body worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. I also know you did mention earlier that you and Officer LeBay took him to the to the Ocala Police Department. Besides that, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir. May I please report?
Yes, sir.
So, Officer Sampson, your testimony is that both you and Officer LeBay entered the home.
Yes, sir.
And you were maybe the fourth or fifth officer to go through the door?
Possibly, yes, sir. Fourth,
And
I would
more
say
came in
more.
after you, didn't they?
I believe so. As soon as I was in the house and I left it.
Any idea how many police officers came into that house before EMS was allowed to enter?
Before EMS was allowed to enter, I'd say 5, maybe 6 before EMS got there.
Maybe 10?
Possibly. I don't know.
When you first walked into the house, would you agree that the kitchen table, rather than being pushed over to the side, was kind of perpendicular to the opening to the kitchen?
Yes, sir. I'd say
Right
so.
under the light.
I'd say so, yes, sir. We had to move the
Squared
table.
up, like it belonged there.
Yeah, we had to move the table away from her.
And Miss Wright was sitting in a chair being held by him when you first saw him, right?
He was next to her, yes, sir.
Right. Covered in her blood.
Yes, sir.
And her chair was kind of squared up in the doorway to the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
So then your partner, Officer LeBay, moves the dining room table.
Yes, sir.
And then he moves the couch in the living room. Right?
Yes, sir.
And then he grabs a table that was next to the couch. He moves that too.
I believe so. We're at that point. We're just trying to move everything to get EMS as fast access to her as possible.
Was there an evidence officer anywhere in sight at that point?
At that point, no. An evidence officer would never be at the scene at that point in time.
Well, it's kind of messed up what they're going to find later, isn't it?
Later, yes, sir. But I mean,
Because nothing is where it was.
No, sir.
When you entered.
No, sir. The first thing we do entering through the door is just quality of life, trying to save the person as fast as possible.
Okay. That's why you had to move the couch?
Yes, sir. So gurneys are very big. We try to move anything that we can think of at the time that would help the person.
Did you move or otherwise touch the long gun that was on the dining room table?
The long gun, no. I moved the table that it was resting on.
Okay. Did you see another officer move the long gun that was on the table?
I cannot advise.
Did you watch all of Officer LeBay's body camera video?
I watched the portion of that was provided on the disc.
Okay. Didn't his camera catch Officer Coughlin picking the rifle up off the table?
I cannot advise, sir.
You don't remember that?
No, sir.
And there was another gun, right?
Miss Wright was holding a gun, yes, sir.
Where was it?
In her hand.
In her
Well,
hand?
I say lap. Her hand was resting over top of it.
Okay. And an officer moved that as well?
Yes, sir.
You remember who?
I can't advise her. I assisted with moving her hand away from it, and then
And then McCurdy grabbed it?
possibly, yes, sir.
You don't remember?
I don't remember, sir.
And then you got directed by the sergeant to get Mr. Boileau away from the front of the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Out of the house first,
Yes, sir.
and then he's in the front of the house. That wasn't far enough. So then you go to the back of his vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And you and LeBay stood there with him.
Yes, sir.
And he did what we saw, what we could see.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you couldn't see him. Is that because he was on the ground?
Yes, sir. He was in the ground multiple times during the video.
Ripping at the grass and the dirt and rolling around and screaming.
Yes, sir.
How long did you let him do that?
I believe the video was 20 some odd minutes long.
Right. It was. It stopped and it had the time down on the corner, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Had the date and then it stopped at 23:21:40. 23 is 11 o'clock, right?
Yes, sir.
And 21 would be 11:21 p.m.
Yes, sir.
You didn't remove him from that scene until midnight.
Yes, sir.
So he did that for an hour. And you just stood there watching.
Yes, sir.
Didn't say anything other than here's your glasses, which obviously.
Y'all, I agree. I agree with this defense attorney. Why did they let him go on like that for an hour out in public? For everybody to hear at 11:21 at night. It's just wild that they allowed that to happen.
He came off while he was rolling around on the ground.
Yes, sir.
You and LeBay, and you could see Sergeant Sheroli, and you could see 2 or 3 more officers just standing around this man, screaming and agony.
Yes, sir.
And you just watched.
Yes, sir.
So you and LeBay took him to the police station.
Yes, sir.
Did you stay at the police station for a while?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Because at some point, when he had to pee, you guys escorted him to the bathroom. He couldn't even use the bathroom by himself. Is
No,
that
sir.
right?
No, sir. He was detained at that point. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, when do you think he was detained?
Whenever he was in the back of a patrol car, and then whenever he was on scene, as soon as I could say when he was detained is whenever the statement came that,
While he was at the back of the truck, at one point he moved.
yes, sir.
And somebody said, whoa, whoa, whoa.
That was me. Yes, sir. I asked him to
So
stay
you
over
didn't
here.
want him to move?
No.
Even then?
Yeah, at the very beginning of the video is whenever we had gotten wind that he was holding the gun that went off. And at that point, the questioning stopped. Everybody stopped talking because at that point, he's not free to leave.
Well, at that point, had anybody read him his constitutional rights?
No, sir, because no questions
not
are
from the
asked.
time he came out of the house until you stood there for the hour watching him thrash around,
Yes, sir.
right? I don't have any other questions, Judge.
State any redirect examination?
Just briefly. There were some questions about Miranda warnings and all of that. Was there a reason why you did not initially read Mr. Boileau Miranda warnings or give him Miranda warnings when you first got him out of the house?
Yes, sir. We were still trying to figure out what was going on at that whole scene.
At what point did you make the determination that if you were to ask any more questions, Miranda warnings would have needed to be given to Mr. Boileau?
Whenever he told me that he was holding the gun that went off when the gun was fired.
And at that point, when he made the statement that he was holding the gun that went off that was fired, did you ask him any more additional questions at that point in time?
Not a single one.
Okay. And is that why you also did not read a Miranda warning?
Yes, sir.
Now, and I think we might have asked it during my direct earlier, but I just want to confirm. Were you the individual that asked him all the questions down at the police station?
No, sir.
So would that have been whoever questioned him would have given him the Miranda warnings at that time?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Judge.
Any recross examination?
Nothing else.
Okay, members of the jury, any of y'all have any questions of this witness? If you do, please raise your hands. Seeing no hands, state is he released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection. No objection.
All right, sir, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir.
Before we call another witness, Mr. O'Neill, members of the jury, does anybody need a break? If so, raise your hands. Okay, you've got a hand. All right, let's go ahead and we'll take about 11 minutes or so. We'll be back at 11:05. Leave your notepads here.
All right. I guess the juror
Do not
has
discuss the
to
case with one
go
another.
to the
Do not use
potty
your electronic devices to
room.
communicate about the case or
Oops. So we'll see when they come back. Yeah, my boyfriend bought me McDonald's for lunch.
that he remained fixed in the driveway. It was not because he was compelled by the officer's authority to remain there, rather that he felt compelled to stay there to see the outcome of the medical aid. I believe my order was 16 pages. I believe I addressed everything that needed to be addressed in that order. So they learned that he was holding the rifle when it went off. I believe at that point in time, Mirandizing.
I guess that's where it starts.
Inappropriate.
Sorry.
Additionally, I heard on the body camera, which I did not take note of during the initial hearing, that when Officer or Sergeant Diaz walked up and spoke to Sergeant Ceroli and said they were going to have somebody on him, Mr. Boileau indicated that he wasn't going anywhere, which to me indicated that to the extent that he remained fixed in the driveway, it was not because he was compelled by the officer's authority to remain there, rather that he felt compelled to stay there to see the outcome of the medical aid. I believe my order was 16 pages. I believe I addressed everything that needed to be addressed in that order. So I would not change my ruling based upon what I've heard here today.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I told the jury until 5 after 2-minute warning. State, can you give me a roadmap where we're going to be going from here? We have, I heard you say Bolton. Is that Sherilyn Bolton?
Yes, Your Honor. Our intention or plan, I believe, would be to have Ms. Bolton testify. I believe just based off of potentially the amount of evidence coming through her and all, she'll kind of be our last witness before lunch, take lunch, and then after lunch is going to be Mr. McDaniel, Ms. Patterson, Detective Kern, and then Ms. Killinger from FDLE and Dr. Lange.
McDaniel, Patterson, Kern, Killinger
and Lange, which Patterson and McDaniel both I don't believe will be too terribly long, Your Honor. Mr. Buxman can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think based off our conversations, I think we're pretty much kind of right on schedule what we were originally thinking. So
Okay. How long do you anticipate Ms. Bolton taking?
probably at least 30 to 45 minutes, I would imagine, just to go through everything. And then I'm sure Mr. Patty may or may not have some sort of cross.
I expect.
Are you using this Pharaoh project? There was some sort of equipment used to do some sort of reconstruction or something in the home. When I approached the subject during the depositions, no one was in a position to be able to answer the questions because the witness that did it wasn't there. So,
Is that 3D crime scene reconstruction
right.
technology?
Yes. And I have some discovery, which is partially viewable, but I can't get the thing to play the way it was intended. But they're telling me they're not using it. So.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't think that there's anything that the scanner provided that the photos that we are going to introduce can't adequately cover or provide.
Okay. All right. Very good. Yeah. Because we've got the jury lunches arriving about 11:45. I just want to be mindful of that. Hopefully not have too much of a break before we take lunch.
Correct.
We're calling Mr. McDaniel to come early just in case we're running ahead. We can put him on because he's going to be short.
Okay. Very good. All right. We're ready to bring the jury back in.
Ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's bring it back in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. State, you can call your next witness.
State's gonna call Darylyn Bolton to the stand.
Bolton.
Yes, Bolton. And Your Honor, if I can also have access to.
Yes, sir. Well, ma'am, if you do face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You can be seated.
Good morning. If you don't mind, can you introduce yourself to us and spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Darylyn Bolton. You can spell it Daralyn.
And where do you currently work?
The Ocala Police Department.
What's your job title or duties there with the Ocala Police Department?
I'm a crime scene technician.
Can you kind of briefly explain to us what does that mean to be a crime scene technician? Like, what are your day-to-day duties and jobs as a crime scene technician?
I will go to a scene and process it, sometimes taking photographs, collecting evidence, processing evidence on scene, such as DNA swabs and things like that.
Can you, and I know you kind of touched on it there at the end, but just to kind of explain it to us a little bit more, what does that mean to actually process a scene? I know we've heard that phrase before. What does that actually mean?
So if I am trying to develop or search for fingerprints, you'll use something like fingerprint powder. If you need to collect DNA, you'll use sterile swabs, things like that.
And now to become a crime scene technician with the Ocala Police Department, to process these scenes and all that, do you have to go through any sort of training to hold the position you hold?
Yes.
What can you kind of tell us what some of that training or what that would look like or what that would be?
So with training, you go on scene with your trainer and they show you how to process the scene according to the policy.
Okay. And is it uncommon for there to be times when you process scenes and there's other crime scene technicians with you?
Are you saying is it uncommon?
Is it uncommon?
No.
Okay. And why is it not uncommon to sometimes have more than one crime scene technician help process or look at a scene?
They may have more experience than you do.
Is it also, are there other situations too where it could just also be based on volume or the nature of the evidence being collected or processed?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to kind of take your attention back to September 19th, 2024. Were you working with the Ocala Police Department in that job title you just described to us as a crime scene technician?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you respond to an address of 327 Southeast 32nd Ave regarding a shooting?
Yes.
Were you the only crime scene technician that went out to the scene that evening?
No.
Who else went with you that evening?
CST McDaniel.
Okay, and what's CST McDaniel's first name, just so we know?
John.
Okay. So when you and CST McDaniel go out there, without going into the contents of what is said, do you at least get some sort of briefing as to what occurred or what you might be looking for in terms of documenting or collecting evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in these situations, are you always given the full picture, the full knowledge of what happened?
Yes.
Okay. Are there times, though, where evidence might be processed or documented that might not always be relevant to the case or to what occurred?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's already been introduced in the state's evidence. Can you just tell the members of the jury what we're looking at here?
This is a photograph of the scene.
Okay. And is this a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Okay. And is this that house that we just mentioned that was at 327 Southeast 32nd Ave?
Correct.
Okay. And just to confirm, what city and county was this located in?
It was in Marion County, Ocala.
Okay. And now, do you and crime scene technician McDaniel end up going inside of the home?
Yes.
And when you guys go inside of the home, kind of walk us through what is the first thing you do when processing or documenting a crime scene?
The first thing you do is either you video the home or you take photographs.
And did you take photographs in this case?
Yes.
And did you take photographs of the entirety of the inside of the house, the outside of the house, and the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm also going to go to what's been previously marked as states 1, photograph number 3. Is this the scene that you observed when you first walked into the home?
Yes.
Now, I kind of want to circle back and ask you, when you respond to the scene, when you go into document it, are you getting there right there when law enforcement is originally responding and actively getting to the scene, or do you show up at a different time?
I show up at a different time.
Can you kind of elaborate or explain to us why that is?
I am not a first responder, so when the officers show up on scene, they are the first responders. They do medical response, priority of life. Life is a priority, and then I respond after.
Okay. And at that point, is it safe to say the scene has been cleared and secured to where there's no threat or any safety concerns to you?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I know some of these photos have already been introduced, but you said you also did take other photos of the house.
That is correct.
Now, do you also, when you go through and you see items of evidence, do you mark those items of evidence or those items that you might potentially collect or want to further document?
Correct.
How do you indicate or mark items of evidence that are of interest that you want to potentially collect or document or things of that nature?
How do I, can you?
Like, how do you mark that that's an item of interest or something when you're taking these photos? Like, how do you mark something as a potential item for evidence?
We have evidence markers.
And what do those evidence markers look like?
They are yellow, kind of the shape of an open triangle, and they'll have either letters or numbers on them.
Okay. And what do you do with those evidence markers once you kind of take them out and use them?
I will place them down by the evidence, and then I'll make sure to take a photograph to document.
So you also take photographs documenting those evidence markers of the things that you might potentially collect or that might have some sort of a relevance or value to them?
Correct.
I'm showing defense what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit G for identification. Without showing the jury, if you don't mind, can you look through this and let me know if you recognize what that is?
These are the photographs that I took of the scene.
All right, and are those photographs fair and accurate depictions of what you observed, what you marked for evidence, and ultimately ended up collecting?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, State would move into evidence what's been previously marked as G for identification as State 7.
No objection.
Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit G will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 7.
And Your Honor, I'm going to obviously publish kind of as we go, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
So let's go to the first photo and State 7. Can you just kind of briefly explain to us what exactly we're looking at here?
This is the dining room table with the evidence markers that I described placed down.
Okay, and are those evidence markers those yellow things we see with the giant letters on them?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously there's kind of a lot we're looking at here on the table, but what is the purpose of those evidence markers that we see in this photograph? Is it to kind of draw our attention to those items?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to go through that. Do you end up collecting the items that are at each evidence marker?
Yes.
Okay. So let's kind of go through those one by one. I'm going to go to photograph 2. Can you just tell the members of the jury what we're looking at here?
It is a 9mm Glock firearm.
And did you end up collecting that firearm?
Yes.
Now, when I'm asking you the question of do you collect these items for evidence, can you kind of walk us just briefly through that process of what that means to collect items and how that's stored in evidence and what that looks like?
So when you collect an item, you place it in a bag, whether it be plastic or paper, depending on what the evidence is, and then you will submit it into the case file at the police department.
And Your Honor, I'm going to now show defense what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit H for identification. And I'm going to give you, I have a little cutter here if you need to cut the tape or anything. If you don't mind, if you can open that up and let me know if you recognize it without showing it to the jury yet.
This is the firearm.
And is that firearm in the same or substantially similar condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, State would move in evidence what's been previously marked as H for identification as State's 8.
No objection.
Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit H will be admitted in evidence as State's Exhibit 8.
I'll leave this over with you. And if I may publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Go to photograph number 3. We see kind of a couple different items here. If you can kind of just walk us through what each evidence marker is kind of identifying, and then we'll kind of go through each item one by one. So if we can kind of go in alphabetical order, start with B and then go through E.
Evidence marker number B marks a blue iPhone.
Okay.
Evidence.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Evidence marker C marks a MK18 5.56 rifle firearm. Evidence marker D is a magazine with live rounds inside. And then evidence marker E is a flower magazine.
And do you ultimately end up collecting all of these items at those markers that you just mentioned?
That's correct.
Going to photograph number 4 of State's Exhibit 7, is this just a closer up photo of the CD&E that we just explained to us?
That's correct.
And you said that marker number C was specifically marking which item?
The rifle.
Okay. And did you also end up collecting that rifle?
Yes.
And is that the same process that you just explained to us about where you collect the item, put it into evidence, and keep it for storage?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point in time, I'm now showing defense what's been previously marked as State's I for identification. Your Honor, if we can open it.
Yes.
So defense can see it. And, I'll kind of come around to the side, but again, if you don't mind, if you can just look in here and let me know if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the rifle that I collected.
And is it in the same or substantially condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been previously marked as state's I for identification as state's 9.
No objection.
Without objection, was to mark for identification as State's Exhibit I will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 9.
If I can publish it.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to go to the next photograph and state's exhibit 7, which is going to be photograph number 5. Can you remind us what photograph, what that marker D is indicating or what that's signifying?
The loaded magazine and also the loose live round.
Okay, and is that the magazine and live round that we see depicted in that photo?
Correct.
And same question I'm going to ask that I've kind of been asking, did you end up collecting that magazine and that live round?
Wow, that was a really big gun. Wow, he shot her in the head with that. Wow. I don't know a lot about guns. I mean, I know what a 9mm is and stuff, but typically I really don't know a whole lot about guns. But my daughter's dad is a police officer, and he was in the National Guards and fought in Iraq twice. But he never brought that stuff home, believe me. All right, back on.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to show what's been previously marked as state's J for identification to defense. If you don't mind, you can just look in there and let me know if you recognize that.
I'm going to open it.
Yes. And do you recognize what's in there?
Yes.
What's in that evidence bag?
The magazine that I collected.
Okay. And is that magazine and live round in the same or substantially condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been previously marked as J for identification as state's 10.
May I ask a board hour question?
You may.
Officer Bolton,
Yes.
that magazine was actually on the side of the dining room table farthest from the kitchen, right?
Are you asking me that?
Yes, ma'am. Where on the table was it?
It's in front of the rifle
Right, and where was the rifle?
at the back of the table.
Farthest away from where the victim would have been seen.
I can't measure that.
Go back to the picture. There we go. That. So you don't know where the table was originally. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
But the magazine you're referring to is on the side of the table away from the kitchen.
Correct.
No other questions? And I don't have an objection.
Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit J will be admitted to evidence as State's Exhibit 10.
And if I may push.
Yes, sir. Members of the jury, so that you're aware, all items admitted into evidence as exhibits are sent with you to the jury room when you deliberate. You can inspect them as you see fit during your deliberations.
Now, I know you said in the photo, we also see it that the magazine was loaded and there was an extra round. Do you end up packaging the rounds and the magazines separately?
Yes,
Is there a reason why you do that?
it's our policy.
Okay. So it's not that that was necessarily exactly how the magazine was found. It's you take the rounds out and then put them in a separate package. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But you did ultimately collect those rounds from that magazine.
Correct.
I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as the case for identification. Can you open that up within there and let me know if you recognize that? What's in that envelope?
The live rounds.
Okay, and those are the live rounds that we see that are in the magazine and the one loose one as marker D.
Correct.
And are those in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered them on the day?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been marked as K for identification as states 11.
No objection.
Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit K will be admitted in evidence as State's Exhibit 11.
Going to jump back to photo 4. So we've talked about the rifle at C, the magazine at D. Can you remind us what marker E is identifying as that you eventually collected?
The flower magazine.
And going to photograph number 6, is that flower magazine that you were discussing with us?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ultimately collect the flower magazine?
Yes.
Similar situation we see in the photo that there's rounds in that flower magazine. Did you do what you did with the other magazine where you took the rounds out and packaged those separately?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's go with the magazine first. I'm going to show defense what's been marked as states L for identification. You can open this up and let me know if you recognize what's inside.
It's the magazine.
Okay, and is that flower magazine in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered it on September 19th of 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been previously marked as states L for identification as states 12.
No objection.
Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit L will be admitted to evidence as State's Exhibit 12.
And then also, Your Honor, I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as states N for identification.
So M is in Mike or N November?
N is in Mike. Same as you've been doing. If you don't mind, you can open that up and let me know if you recognize what's inside of there. Do you recognize what's in there?
Yes.
What's in that bag?
The live rounds that were in the magazine.
And are those live rounds the same, substantially similar condition as when you recovered them on September 19th, 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state will move into evidence what's been previously marked as M as in Mike for identification as states 13.
No objection.
Without objection, State's Exhibit M will be admitted as State's Exhibit 13.
Well, I'm gonna go back to photograph 1. Were there other items that you ended up collecting from this table that weren't necessarily marked by the evidence markers?
Yes.
Okay, so I kind of want to go through, can you kind of tell us where some of those items were that you ended up recovering from the table as well?
Under evidence marker D, there is a black rifle magazine.
Okay, and was that black rifle magazine, did it also have live rounds in there?
Yes.
Okay, what else besides the black magazine with the rounds inside the magazine did you recover from the table?
There were boxes of ammunition on the bottom. On the table.
So let's kind of go through those one by one. I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as states N for identification as in Nancy. You can open that up and let me know if you recognize that. What's in that bag?
The magazine.
Okay, and is that in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, state's going to move into evidence what's been previously marked as N for identification purposes as states 14.
No objection.
Without objection, State's Exhibit N will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 14.
I'm also going to show defense what's been previously marked as states O for identification. If you don't mind, you can just also open that and look in there and let me know if you recognize what's in the bag. Do you recognize what's in there?
Yes.
What's in that bag?
The live rounds that were in the magazine.
Okay, and are those in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered them from the magazine on September 19th of 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state will move in evidence what's been marked as O for identification as states 15.
No objection.
Without objection, State's Exhibit O will be admitted as State's Exhibit 15.
You also stated, I believe you said that there was boxes of ammunition on the table as well too that you recovered?
That's correct.
How many boxes of ammunition were there?
2.
Your Honor, I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as states P and Q for identification. Can you please look in both of these bags and let me know if you recognize what's in both of those? Do you recognize what's in both of those bags?
Yes.
So can we start off with P? Is what's in that bag in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state will move in evidence what's been previously marked as P for identification as state 16.
No objection.
State's P will be admitted as State's Exhibit 16.
And as well as for number, or for what's been marked as Q for identification, is that in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence what's been previously marked as Q for identification as State 17.
No objection.
States Q will be amended to States Exhibit 7.
Now, looking at this photograph that I have up here, which is State 7, photograph number 1, we see the evidence markers that you were discussing on the table. We also see one that's number or letter F that's on the floor. What was F marking or identifying?
The shell casing.
And is this that same evidence marker F that we were just discussing?
Yes.
And is that the shell casing in the photo that you were just explaining to us that you observed or collected at that spot?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as R for identification purposes.
No objection.
If you don't mind, can you open this up and just let me know if you recognize that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
The shell casing.
And is that in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state we move in evidence what's been previously marked as States R, bless you, bless you again, States R for identification as States 18.
No objection.
States Exhibit R will be admitted into evidence as States Exhibit 18.
And if I may publish that to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Now, was this dining room table the only area of the house that you documented and or collected evidence from?
No.
Okay. Was there also items of evidence that you documented or collected that were like in the living room area in front of the couch?
That is correct.
Okay. What did you end up documenting or collecting in that room of the residence?
A black iPhone.
I'm going to show you what's photograph number 8 and States Exhibit 7. This is kind of that zoomed out photo, but is that what we see marked by evidence marker G in this photograph? Is that phone that you were just discussing?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in. Is that the same evidence marker that we were discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ultimately end up collecting that phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as States S for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
The black iPhone.
Okay. And is that the same or substantially or similar condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, say we move in evidence what's been previously marked as States S for identification as States 19.
No objection.
Without objection, States Exhibit S will be admitted into evidence as States Exhibit 19.
So I kind of want to reorient because we've talked about the items you collected off the table as well as the phone that was in the living room area. Did you also document and take photographs of other rooms of the house?
Yes.
Did you ultimately make a determination or find the area where you believe the projectile went or where came to a stop?
Yes.
What room of the house did you believe that the projectile was at?
The kitchen.
And looking at this photograph 3 of States 1, or I'm sorry, States 2, is where is the kitchen in relation to this scene that we're looking at? Or this kind of let us know where the kitchen's at.
Behind where the chair is located.
Now let's go to photograph number 10. Is this that chair that we saw in the last photo?
Yes.
And can you just kind of tell the members of the jury the purpose of taking this photo and what we're seeing on the chair?
I took the photo to document the possible blood located on the chair.
And can you just kind of highlight to the members of the jury the areas on the chair where the suspected blood was at?
The back wrist area.
Going to photograph number 11, is this that same chair?
Yes.
Photograph 12, can you let the members of the jury know what you're documenting in this photograph?
The possible blood located on the floor.
Photograph 13, what are you documenting with this photo?
The south wall with the black chalk board located on it with possible blood spatter on it.
Okay, y'all, disclaimer, because I can't quite put one together. I don't know why. Disclaimer, I don't know what pictures are going to be seen, but we're all adults and we're here to watch this. So it's on y'all. If you can't handle it, maybe you should just step out while this part is on. All right, let's continue. Thank you.
And where on that wall are you seeing the possible blood spatter? Just kind of point us out to that area.
Located beneath the chalkboard.
And can you let us know what we see here in photograph number 14?
And overall of like the entryway into the kitchen, but you can also see on both walls possible blood spatter.
And in this photo here, can you also see that bullet hole that you referenced that was in the kitchen?
Yes.
Can you just kind of point the members of the jury where that bullet hole is that you see it in the photo?
Straight ahead on that south wall.
And is this a closer up photo of that bullet hole that you were just discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And can you kind of describe where that was in relation to the kitchen area that we were looking at?
It's straight ahead in the kitchen on that south wall.
Your Honor, if I can just have a moment to confer.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, you can take that now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you have any idea how many different police officers had been in the house before you went?
No.
Do you have any idea what had been touched or moved before you entered the house?
No.
For instance, the rifle on the dining room table, you marked it and photographed it in the position you found it.
That's correct.
Do you know how it got in that position?
No.
Do you know that an OPD officer had picked it up and then put it back down on the table where you found it?
No.
Nobody told you that?
No.
And you found a fire cartridge casing on the floor.
That's correct.
And in where approximately?
Behind the table.
Okay. On the side away from the kitchen.
Correct.
Do you have any idea whether it had been kicked by a police officer before you found it?
No.
And you found a hole in the kitchen wall, right?
Yes.
And eventually you and Mr. McDaniel found a projectile in that wall
Correct.
after you tore into the wall.
Correct.
And before you tore the wall up, you held the tape measure up and took a picture to presumably demonstrate the height of the hole from the floor. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you take any measurements of the chair that was sitting in the kitchen entry?
No.
Did you have an understanding of what the significance of that chair was?
That is where the victim was seated previously.
Okay. Is it your understanding, based on what you were told, that she was sitting in that chair when the bullet struck her?
Yes.
Do you think it would have been helpful to know how high the back of the chair was and where her head would have been in relation to the back of the chair? Wouldn't that make the whole of the wall mean a little bit more?
I can't answer that.
I'm not sure which exhibit number this is, but do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
This is one of the photographs you took.
Yes.
And this one depicts your easels, B, C, D, and E. Is that right?
Correct.
And in the middle of the photo, there's some kind of aluminum can in a sleeve. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you look at that?
No.
Why not?
It did not seem of any evidentiary value.
Why?
That's not what we were looking for on scene.
Anybody tell you to look for alcohol?
No.
Nobody told you to look for alcohol?
No.
Did you see any alcohol on the kitchen counters, in the sink, a cup, with something that looked like alcohol? Anywhere in the living room, do you find an alcohol container?
I do not recall.
You don't remember?
No.
Do you remember what this was?
No.
What is it? What does it say on the top of the can?
Raspberry acai green tea.
I don't have any other questions.
State any redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any of y'all have any questions of this witness? If you do, raise your hand. Write it down on a clean sheet of paper. Counsel approach. I'm going to put the noise on, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, sir. Oh, counsel, we have another question. Come on up. Ms. Bolton, the jury has written 2 questions. I'm going to ask them of you, okay, exactly as they are written. The revolver in the picture seems to have a magazine attached. The picture shows an additional magazine on the table.
Y'all, I apologize for that. The one moment I get up to go grab something to drink, they want to A juror wants to ask a question. I so apologize for that loud white noise. I really do. I really do apologize. I'll be more quicker. I'm sorry.
The revolver. The revolver presented into evidence seems to have no magazine. Were there 1 or 2 magazines for the revolver?
The firearm that was letter A, marked letter A.
I'm only going to ask you exactly what they have written.
From my recollection, in the photograph, there was no magazine in the firearms on the table.
Next question. How many rounds in the magazine?
From the Flower magazine, there were 25 live rounds. From the 9mm Luger, there were 7 live rounds located inside. And from the rifle magazine, the black rifle magazine that was under evidence marker D, there were 25 live rounds located inside.
State any follow-up.
1 second, Your Honor. Just to ask kind of a clarifying question, because I know you were kind of asking, so I'm going to clarify that. We saw two firearms, one at marker A and the other one at marker B. Going with marker A, that handgun, was there a magazine inside of that handgun?
No.
Was there a magazine that would have fit inside that handgun located on the table?
Yes.
And where was that magazine found?
Located at evidence marker D.
Okay. The AR style rifle we saw, was there a magazine inside of that rifle?
From my recollection, no.
Okay. The flower magazine and the black rifle magazine, would those have fit potentially in that AR rifle?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Defense, any follow-up?
No, sir.
Members of the jury, any additional questions? If so, raise your hands. Okay, seeing no hands, is she released, State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
All right, ma'am, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
State, how long do you think the next witness will take?
10 minutes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and I'll let you call your next witness.
Your Honor, State's going to call John McDaniel to the stand.
And then we'll break for lunch. Ladies and
Yes,
gentlemen.
Your Honor.
I do.
You can be seated, sir.
And Your Honor, before I begin, if I can have access.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. If you don't mind, can you just introduce yourself and spell your name for the record?
My name is John McDaniel, MC, capital DANIEL.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at Ocala Police Department as a civilian crime scene tech.
How long have you been a crime scene technician with the Ocala Police Department?
With Ocala Police Department, 8 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience before working with the Ocala Police Department?
Yes, I did. I spent 31 years in Cedar Rapids, Iowa as a sworn law enforcement officer in various positions.
So, kind of want to take your attention to September 19th, 2024, September 20th. I know kind of late evening hours, early morning hours. Were you working on that night, that morning?
No, I was not. I was at home and received a phone call.
Okay. But you ultimately came in to assist with processing a scene at 327 Southeast 32nd Avenue?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you just kind of briefly explain to the members of the jury what you observed when you were first able to go inside of the scene?
When I was first able to go in, I did a video of the scene inside. As I walked in the door, it's a little hallway that's right into the living room area. If you walk straight ahead, you come to the dining room area, which the victim was laying on the floor. On the right side of the dining room area next to the entryway of the kitchen. I then also observed the dining room table had a bunch of cluttered stuff on it, to include some firearms and a bunch of other items on it. As I walked through, I noticed what appeared to be at that time a bullet hole on the far wall, which would be the south wall of the kitchen area. There was also a chair that was between the kitchen and dining room, a wooden chair that appeared to have some blood on it.
And I'm going to show you what's already been introduced as State's Exhibit 7, photograph 14. Is this kind of that chair and bullet hole that you were just describing to us?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The other question I kind of want to circle back, and I kind of jumped ahead and I apologize, is when you arrived on scene, were you the only crime scene technician that was on the scene that evening?
No, I was not. CST Daryl and Bolton was already on scene upon my arrival.
Now, once you get to scene, is it something where she's processing and looking at other items of evidence and you're doing other items of evidence, or are you guys kind of working in tandem?
At this time, we were not allowed to enter the residence at the time of my arrival. We had kind of talked about what we were going to do, and we were going to work the scene together, basically side by side, having our own little jobs that we did though.
So we just heard from Ms. Bolton, everything we heard about her processing, taking photographs of evidence. Were you then, my understanding is, next to her and with her the entire time that was happening?
Yes, I would have been, unless one of us would have walked out to one of the crime scene vans to get a tool or something.
Now, let's talk about that bullet hole. Do you guys end up documenting and photographing the hole in the wall as well as the round itself?
Yes, we did.
How did you get the round out of the wall?
I ended up starting at the bullet hole and taking a saw and slowly working my way down, making sure that I did not miss the bullet along the way. That could have been stopped by a 2x4 or something.
And did you also take measurements of how high that bullet hole was off of the ground?
Yes, I did. Had a tape measure placed there, and it was between 48 and 49 inches, if I recall correctly.
And did you also take photographs of those measurements when you did those?
Yes, Miss Bolton did.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as T for identification. Without showing the jury yet, if you don't mind, can you just look through those and let me know if you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
These are photographs of the bullet hole, and then the measurement, and then the procedure as I was cutting the wall.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict what you just described to us with the bullet hole, the measurement, and the procedures to extract the bullet from the wall?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this point in time, State would move into evidence what's been previously marked as T for identification at State's 20.
No objection.
What's been previously marked for identification will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 20.
And if I may follow, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So going to stage 20, photograph 1, can you just tell the jury what this is?
That is the bullet hole that's on the south wall of the kitchen.
Going to photograph number 2, is this what you were describing to us earlier about that process you did with the tape measure?
Yes, that's me holding the tape measure.
Okay, so if that's you holding the tape measure, I think you might have told us earlier, but I'm going to ask anyways, who was the person who took the photograph?
CST Bolton.
And this was that measurement that you were telling us earlier about how high the bullet hole was from the ground?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, you also, if you don't mind, if you kind of can redo it just briefly, is what was that process you did to kind of get to that projectile that was located in the wall?
I had a saw that I started sawing to the side of the bullet hole, trying to figure out if the bullet hole or if the projectile was lodged in a piece of wood or if it kept falling in a downward angle.
And is this that process that you're talking about where you cut out that piece of the wall?
Yes, that's the end result.
Were you able to end up recovering the projectile?
Yes, I was.
Where did you end up locating or finding the projectile?
It was in the very bottom on the floor where the wall is inside the wall itself.
And just to confirm, so it was the projectile, because we see that marker H. What is marker H identifying or highlighting this to?
H marks the projectile that was in the wall.
Now, I see that H is kind of on the outside of the wall. Was the projectile found there outside the wall or inside the wall, just in that general area?
It was inside the wall. However, by the time I got down to it, there was sheetrock dust that had basically covered it. So at that time, you couldn't really photograph it. So I pulled it out and placed it in front to be photographed.
Did you also end up collecting that projectile?
Yes, it was collected.
Your Honor, I'm showing defense what's been previously marked for identification purposes as states U. This is a little cutter. If you need it, if you don't mind, can you open that up and let me know if you recognize what's inside?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is in that little manila envelope?
It is the projectile that I collected from the wall.
And is that projectile in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered it from the wall?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state we move into evidence what's been previously marked for identification purposes as states U as states 21.
No objection.
Without objection, what's the mark for identification as State's Exhibit U will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 21.
And before I publish that to the jury, I'm going to show Mr. McDaniel, that's photograph number 5. Is that just a closer up photo of where the wall was cut out and that projectile that you found?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to also show photograph number 6. Is this that projectile?
Yes, it is.
And if I also may publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know a lot of these items were documented and photographed on scene, but did you also end up taking photographs of some of these items later on at the evidence lab or police station?
Yes, some were photographed there.
And were some of the photographs you ended up taking of the Glock handgun that was recovered from the scene?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, I'm going to show the defense what's been previously marked for identification purposes as V as in Victor. You can look at these and just let me know if you recognize those.
Yes, I do.
What are those photographs of?
These photographs is of a Glock 43 9mm handgun.
And did you actually take those photos?
Yes, I did.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict the way the handgun looked when it was recovered?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state removing evidence what's been previously marked for identification purposes as V, as states 22.
No objection.
The state's exhibit B will be admitted to evidence as state's exhibit 22.
And if I can just publish to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Is this that handgun that you were just talking to us about?
Yes, it is.
Now, in this photo, are you able to make a determination? Actually, let me back up real quick. Are you familiar with handguns?
Yes, I am.
And as a trained or previously sworn officer, did you carry a handgun on you for duty purposes?
Yes, I did.
Okay, are you familiar with the Glock handguns?
Yes, I am.
Looking at this photograph, are you able to make a determination if there's a magazine in the handgun?
Yes, I am. There's no magazine in the handgun.
And do you recall when the handgun was recovered from the scene, was there a magazine located inside of the handgun?
There was not, no.
And then I'm going to go to photograph 2 of State's Exhibit VR22. And can you just kind of briefly tell the members of the jury, we see kind of a substance on this side of the handgun. What was that substance, or what were you believing that substance to be?
It was blood on the handgun.
Your Honor, if I can just have a brief moment to confirm.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
I do want to circle back to one thing you had said earlier, Mr. McDaniel. I just kind of wanted to get some clarification on it. You had made a comment or a reference that there was a point in time where you guys were not allowed into the scene yet. What was the reason or what was the purpose that you guys were not allowed into the scene initially?
Detectives were writing a search warrant to get a search warrant for the residence.
And during that time when you were not allowed in and you were waiting for that search, was anybody allowed to be in or out of the residence at that time?
No, there was not.
Okay. And when you guys went into the house to process, document, and collect items of evidence, was there anybody else that was non-law enforcement that was allowed into the house or anything of that nature?
Did you say non-law enforcement?
Non-law enforcement.
The only person that would have been in the house at some point would have been the medical examiner investigator.
Okay. And would the medical examiner investigator been involved in your process of collecting or documenting evidence?
No, she was not.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Briefly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you can take the phone.
Thank you.
I won't hand you anything to need him for. All right. You handle dealing with projectile in the wall. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the significance of taking a picture that demonstrated how far from the floor the bullet hole was for what?
Basically, to just document how high the bullet hole was when we're going to tear a wall apart or something. I always like to document the scene.
Did you have an understanding, obviously because somebody told you, that the victim had originally been positioned in the chair that was in the entrance to the kitchen?
Yes, I was.
Did you make any attempt to measure chair, do you have any idea how much of her head was above the chair? Anything like that? You did.
We did a Faro scan of the residence. The chair had been moved to a certain degree. The table had also. I would have to estimate the back of the chair at probably being 35, 36 inches high.
Is that based on the Faro scale?
Yes.
Or are you just ballpark?
Kind of ballparking it from a wooden chair, but
Okay.
if I did look, I could give that measurement.
And Mr. O'Neill had you identify what looks like blood on the Glock handgun. Right?
That is correct.
The Glock handgun was located laying on the corner of the table, right?
That is correct.
You have any idea where it was before you found it on the table?
I was advised that it was moved from the victim's lap area prior to her being placed onto the ground.
So blood on the gun, if it was in her lap, is not a shot.
No.
Were you told that the rifle that was collected had been moved before you found it?
That I don't recall. I do recall that the table had been moved.
How about the couch?
I was not made aware of that, no.
And the table beside the couch?
I was not made aware of that.
Did you prepare a report in connection with your involvement in this case?
No, I did not, because CST Bolton did such a detailed report and included all the items that we did at the scene.
Did you submit an evidence narrative that said you were going to do a report on September 24th?
Yes, I did.
23rd, I'm sorry, 2024.
Yes, I did. And then I read CST Bolton's report.
At your supplement?
Yes,
It says you're going to do a supplement,
that was it. Yes.
and you never did.
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Any redirects, State?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any of y'all have questions of this witness? If you do, please raise your hand. Is this witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Sir, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Members of the jury, it's about 10 after 12. This would be a good point to break for lunch. Your lunches have arrived. We're going to pick back up at 1 o'clock. We'll give you some instructions over the lunch hour. Your notepads is whatever you're.
Lunchtime. Good thing we get to zoom right on through, but I think I'm just gonna do day one today. I'm just not quite up to par yet. Just still feeling pretty ill with the COVID and stuff, and just feeling a little exhausted. But I'm gonna finish out today, and we'll see how I feel as the day goes on. All right, let's fast forward.
Are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Just one quick matter I wanted to address with the court, Your Honor, while the jury is out.
Yes, sir.
It's not obviously the next witness. In fact, there's two more witnesses before the FDLE expert. However, as I discussed previously with the court, Mr. Taddy, my intention is to have Ms. Killinger be able to kind of demonstrate some things with the AR style rifle specifically and things of that nature. I just wanted to have an opportunity to have the lock removed from the firearm before she testifies. I didn't know if that's something the court would rather have done now, or if we're going to just naturally take a break before her and have it done at that point. Just that way it's not being taken off and removed in front of the jury.
Defense wish to be heard?
What's wrong with taking it off in front of the jury?
I mean, we can take it off in front of the jury.
I see no issue with that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Take half a
I
second.
mean, it's a key, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's, I have no objection to the demonstration with an appropriate witness.
Yes.
Hopefully she's an appropriate witness.
I would hope. We'll see. All right. Who's the next witness state?
Karen
Patterson, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get the jury brought back in. It's Patterson, Kern, Killinger, Dr. Lang.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Counsel, y'all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. First, how was lunch?
Very good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Would y'all like Jimmy John's again tomorrow? Sure. We don't really have a whole lot of choices. Southside Deli gets
You're
here.
mine, we'll have 2 minutes.
The money comes from somewhere, not from me. All right. When we broke for lunch, I asked you all not to talk about the case with one another or use your electronic devices to attempt to learn about the case with people or places involved. Were you all able to follow those instructions?
Yes.
All the jurors have nodded in the affirmative. Very well. We'll begin then. State, next witness.
The state calls Karen Patterson.
You swear or affirm to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so I can do.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Karen Patterson.
Where do you work?
I work at the Ocala Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there for about 7.5 years.
What do you do there?
Digital forensic analyst.
Can you explain to the jury what that involves? What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Sure. That means that I work with cell phones, laptops, computers, vehicles to try to extract data that is relevant to the cases that we work with.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background or the training that you've had that allows you to do that job?
Sure. I spent 3 months with the Marion County Sheriff's Office working on the job with their senior digital forensic analyst, training in that regard. And then I've taken a variety of classes through industry organizations.
Can you estimate about how many different cell phones you've forensically analyzed or extracted data from during your career?
Probably over 200.
Are you familiar with the different makes and models and operating systems that various phones have?
Yes, sir.
What equipment do you use to do a forensic analysis of a cell phone?
I primarily use 2 programs. One is called Celebrite and the other is Magnet Gray Key.
Before we get into those 2 programs, what is meant by the term forensic analysis?
Forensic analysis is using scientific methods to extract, examine, and report on the data that's contained in the devices.
Is the majority of your analysis, does it involve basically taking the data from the cell phone and removing it and putting it in a readable format using those programs?
Correct.
Have you been trained in how to use those 2 programs you just described, Celebrite and Gray Key?
I have.
Can you briefly explain that training?
Sure. I took 2 classes with Celebrite. One is called Celebrite Certified Operator, which trains you how to use the software. The other is called Celebrite Certified Physical Analyzer,
which is the program that then allows the data to be presented in a way that's readable. And then Gray Key, similarly, I've also done webinars and classes with Magnet, which is the company that owns Gray Key.
Can you give the jury a very brief rundown of logistically how you go about taking a cell phone, what you do to get the data off of it?
Sure. What you do when you try to get the data from a cell phone is take that cell phone, connect it via the USB port on the bottom to either the Magnet Gray Key or the Cellbrite software. And then the system will kind of walk you through what steps you need to take in order to access that phone and extract the data.
Once that data is extracted, what do you do with the actual data?
The data is then loaded into that physical analyzer program that I spoke to you before about, and it is presented then in a variety of reports. You can have a selection. You can do an Excel report, PDF, reader report, etc.
And what type of things does this process extract from a phone?
Videos, messages, photos, location data.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to September 23rd of 2024. Were you requested to perform a data extraction on a cell phone belonging to the deceased victim in this case?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence of states 19. You take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And did you perform such an extraction like you described on that specific phone?
Yes, sir.
What kind of phone is that?
That is an iPhone 11.
And how did you get possession of that phone?
I received it from the Ocala Police Department Evidence Department.
Did you have any involvement in actually collecting it from where it was in the scene?
I did not.
What was the state of the phone when you received it?
The phone was on, it was locked, and it was in airplane mode.
What is airplane mode? What's the significance of putting it in airplane mode?
Airplane mode is like when you get on an airplane and you put your phone in airplane mode so it doesn't receive signal. And the significance of that is that it is not then able to be remotely accessed.
When you took that phone out of evidence to do an extraction, did you have the passcode or the password to it?
I did not.
Were you able to unlock that phone somehow and get the password?
No, there were a couple of passwords that were potentially the correct passwords. We tried those, and when those did not work, we just moved on with the extraction without the passcode.
And how can you do an extraction without the password to get into it?
That's a tricky method. So you can get data from the phone, but you can't get the full data from the phone. So it's called a partial extraction.
Following that initial partial extraction, did you make efforts to further try to figure the password out or passcode to that phone?
Yes, the programs that I referred to offer something called brute force, and that is a method where it will go through various iterations of passcodes attempting to locate that passcode. So I did put it on Magnet Gray Key and run brute force.
Now, brute force, you're not taking a hammer to it or anything.
No.
It's basically just trying every imaginable passcode. to
Correct.
access it.
I don't know the exact format it does, but it's like 0000001 002.
Were you eventually able to unlock the phone using that process?
Yes.
Y'all, not to interrupt or anything, but I think at this point I could probably do her job, considering I have heard how to extract phones for so many times. Oh, I just thought I would say that, but I'm relaxing. I'm literally laying here and looking at the computer, so it's not like I'm doing a whole bunch. All right, back on. Game on.
How?
I put it on Magnet Gray Key. Gray Key went through. Gray Key located the password. And then once it locates the password, it puts it on the screen and shows you. So then I had the passcode and I was able to use that to unlock the phone.
So let me direct your attention to October 14th of 2024.
Yes.
At that point, did you obtain the passcode, enter it into the phone, and able to access all the data?
Correct, yes.
What did you do at that point with the phone?
So at that point, I put the phone back on the Magnet Gray Key. I unlocked it with the passcode and I reran the extraction.
And were you able to obtain the data off of the phone?
Yes.
Were there any problems with the extraction process?
No, sir.
If there were problems, would the program itself tell you there's a problem?
It would. When there was an issue, it would flash an error message on the screen and let you know that there was a problem.
Once you extracted all the data from the victim's cell phone, did you then create that digital forensic report of the data?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through personally and analyze the data? Meaning, did you look at text messages, photos, videos, things like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Is that kind of beyond the scope of your job?
Typically what I do is I just look to make sure there is data. And then once I see there is data, I put it in the report and that report goes to the detective.
And in this case, would that have been the lead detective, Kyle Kern?
Correct.
All right. So any questions about what was actually on the phone would be better asked of him?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
No.
Members of the jury, do any of you all have questions of this witness? If you do, please raise your hand. All right, seeing no hands, is this witness released?
She is, Your Honor. Thank you.
No objection.
All right, you're free to go about your day, man. Thank you for your time. State.
Your Honor, next, state's going to call Detective Kyle Kern to the stand.
You swear or affirm to testify not to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You can be seated.
Good afternoon. If you don't mind, can you introduce yourself to us and spell your name for the record?
Yep, Kyle Kern. Kern, Kern is my last name.
Where do you currently work?
The Ocala Police Department,
What's your job title or position with the Ocala Police Department?
Patrol Sergeant.
Okay. Or have you held any other positions with the Ocala Police Department besides Patrol Sergeant?
Yes.
What positions are those?
Major Crimes Detective, Property Crimes Detective, and Patrol Officer.
Okay. How long have you been with the Ocala Police Department?
7 years.
And what was your job position back in September of 2024?
Major Crimes Detective.
Can you just kind of briefly explain to us what that means to be a major crimes detective? Like, what are your job duties and obligations when you're a major crimes detective?
Case assignment. Typically, major crimes deals with robberies, homicides, and sexual offenses.
Okay. Did you, on September 19th, late evening, early morning of September 20th, 2024, did you get involved with the investigation of a shooting that occurred at 327 Southeast 32nd Avenue?
Yes, sir.
What city and county was that located in?
Ocala, Florida, Marion County.
All right. So walk us through, how do you get notified or how do you get involved at the very beginning of investigation? How do you get kind of pulled into it?
Whenever patrol responded, realized what the scene was is when they'd start notifying on-call CID. Because I was a major crimes detective at that time, I was called out by the supervision to come out and assist with the investigation.
And did you immediately then, once you got called, go to that residence?
I did.
When you arrived at the residence, was the defendant still located at the residence?
No, he was not.
Where was he at?
He was at the Ocala Police Department.
Okay. Were you the one who took him to the Ocala Police Department?
I was not.
All right. Now, when you first arrived on scene, did you immediately go inside of the residence?
Briefly.
Okay. And did you ever have an opportunity to investigate or make any determinations or essentially look at the scene at the time?
Briefly.
Can you kind of just briefly describe to us what it was that you observed or what you saw?
Just looking through the front door of the resident, saw the deceased on the floor of the resident, kind of in the dining kitchen area. Just a quick overview, and then I went to the Ocala Police Department.
And was there anybody located besides the victim? Was there anybody else inside of the home at that time?
No, sir.
Was there anybody allowed to go inside the home at that time?
No, sir.
Okay. We heard earlier there was testimony about a search warrant obtained to eventually go inside the home to document and photograph. Did you have involvement in getting the search warrant for the residence?
I did.
Okay. And was anybody allowed inside of the home until you obtained the search warrant to go inside the residence?
No, sir.
Now, you said that you briefly looked into the home and you ended up going back to the Ocala Police Department. What was the purpose of going to the Ocala Police Department at that time?
To interview Mr. Boileau.
Okay. And did you, in fact, have an opportunity to interview Mr. Boileau?
I did.
And the person you interviewed as Dale Boileau, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and identify him by an article of clothing?
Bluish jacket.
Can you kind of be a little bit more descriptive for me?
Male with beard, glasses, blue jacket, blue and gray tie.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
No objection.
Without objection, the record will reflect witness identify the defendant.
Now, let's talk about the interview a little bit. When you interviewed the defendant, did you only interview him one time or multiple times?
Multiple times.
Can you kind of explain the reason for the multiple times and kind of give us just a brief timeline of what was going on during this time?
So the first interview I had with him, was just to get a roundabout story of exactly what had occurred. There was a break in between my first and second interview with him. That was the time that the search warrant was executed at the residence. And the second interview was to clear up timelines and information from the first interview I had, coupled with what we had from the search warrant.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, you got an initial statement from him, executed the search warrant. So did you go back to the residence at that time yourself?
I did.
Then at that point, did you go inside of the residence?
I did.
After you went inside the residence, viewed everything for yourself, is that when you did your second interview with Mr. Boileau?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was the purpose of doing that second interview?
Just to clarify the original statements, again, what we located at the house during the search warrant, and just to get a more definitive timeline about what had occurred.
Now, when you do these interviews, are they recorded?
They are.
How are they recorded?
We have rooms within the Ocala Police Department that have audio and visual recordings, and the entire time that he was at the Ocala Police Department was recorded.
And have you been able to view the recordings of your times of when you actually interviewed the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Okay. In your honor, I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as states W for identification. If you can look at this and let me know if you recognize this.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is my interviews with Mr. Boileau that I have signed off on.
And just to be clear, you say interview, so that's both the initial interview you were discussing and the second interview after you executed the search warrant.
Correct.
Are both interviews a fair and accurate depiction of the interviews you conducted with Mr. Boileau on, we'll kind of start evening of September 19th, 2024 into the morning of September 20th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been previously marked as states W for identification as states 23.
No objection.
What's been marked for identification as states W will be admitted into evidence as states exhibit 23.
And if I may publish, Your Honor, and have access to the system.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is where it's gonna get interesting. So I've seen this. Someone had posted it on their YouTube, an interrogation thing. Wow, it's crazy. It's some crazy stuff. So enjoy. All right, game on.
Okay. I'm sorry, dude. Oh, wow. I just got here not too long ago, so I'm kind of coming into the back end of this whole thing, right? So bear with me because I really don't know a whole lot, but first thing I want to tell you is I'm sorry for what's going on. All right. Dale, what's your birthday?
9/7/92.
And what's the home address?
327 Southeast 32nd Ave.
32nd. And spell your last name for me.
Boileau.
So I thought I want to make sure. All right. You know the drill, right? Yeah. So I'll get through it. If you need anything, let me know. But obviously because we're here, we gotta talk about kind of what's going on, right?
I know.
Yeah.
I really don't want to talk about it.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to execute these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights if I explain them to you?
I do.
All right. So kind of like I said, I was kind of coming into the back end of this. Tell me exactly what happened.
It was an accident. We were training.
What do you mean by that? You were training?
We were doing dry fire drills and cleaning the guns. I was so worried about her because she picked up a loaded gun. I unloaded her gun and I forgot mine had a magazine in it.
So you and her, and I'm sorry, what is her name?
Polina Wright.
Polina Wright?
Mm-hmm.
I'm having some difficulty hearing it. I don't know if you can turn it up on your device. I do have the content volume, as far as I can control it, turned up to the maximum.
Your Honor, just to make sure nothing chunk, can you take this down just so I can exit out of this and try to?
Yes, sir. Courtroom. You all can be seated. I'm sending a message to our IT folks.
In the meantime, would you like them to go down and get or up and get our?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. May I be excused for
Yes,
one?
sir.
They'll bring a car with some speakers on it. And
I trust them.
theirs works better.
Gosh, y'all, I don't know when they're going to come back or when they're going to continue. I'm not really used to this, so I apologize.
I just got here not too long ago, so I'm kind of coming into the back end of this whole thing, right?
Great. Thank you.
Gentlemen, catch you.
You know how to do that?
Yeah. Before we make the trade, is there anything else that, I just heard a tune.
We're muting the notifications, so I don't get an email coming through and creating a team.
Let me know when that's done and you're ready for the trade.
All right, maybe go a little further.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Dad. I just got here not too long ago, so I'm kind of coming into the back end of this whole thing, right?
So bear with me because I really don't know a lot, but first thing I want to say is I'm sorry for, what's going on. All right. What's your birthday?
9/7.
What's that number?
327 Southeast 32nd.
Spell your last name.
Boileau.
All right. You need to go type. So, I'll get to it. If you need anything, let me know. But obviously, because we're here, we gotta talk about kind of what's going on. You have the right remains on. Anything you say can only be used against you in court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you want to afford a higher lawyer, will only be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to execute these rights and answer any questions or make any statements. You understand each of these rights by explaining to you. All right. So, like I said, I was kind of putting in the back end of this, so tell me exactly what happened.
Some accident. You're training.
What do you mean that we're training?
You're doing dry fire. It was a cleaning because I was so worried about her because she picked up a loaded gun that moved her gun and I forgot why. Kind of magazine.
So you and her, and I'm sorry, what is her name?
Polina Wright.
Polina Wright. You said you were dry firing, training with guns. What kind of guns were it?
Mine was my aim defense rifle, or that's considered a pistol. And when she, it was a 5.56 barrel. And then she picked up my 9mm pistol. Those were the two guns.
So, what time did you guys start, like, doing this training?
More cleaning and doing that for maybe an hour.
I don't expect you to.
We were sitting at the table, we just got done with dinner. We went out, had dinner, came back. We were starting to watch the football game together. We sat down and I just ordered all of that stuff. That was on the table to do stuff, cleaning and that stuff. And she wanted me to show her how to do it. So we started doing it.
So, was she pointing the gun at you? Were you pointing the gun at her? Like, trying to go through that?
General direction, which I know is fucking dumb. We should not have been doing that. She was in trouble.
Because she told you that she wanted to learn how to do this? And is it just
doing it properly? Because we were cleaning at each other. We were in our when we scan each other in the general directions, which because we were sitting across from each other.
At the table, you're on one side, she's on the other.
The green mat was where I was. And she was across the table.
And so are you cleaning those or are you teaching her how to like to aim and stuff?
We started with the cleaning. She had the rifle first. After I got done putting it back together, she was messing with it a lot, so we different parts of it. And we started to put it all back together. I forgot that I put the magazine back in it. And when she picked up the pistol, that was loaded. And I was wondering if she started waving it around, moving the shot. She doesn't know. I don't think she's ever shot a gun before. She's like, showing me how to do it. I was like, well, first, give it to me.
originally she had the rifle. It was on, you had cleaned it, is that?
It was in parts.
Right, you had disassembled it.
Yeah.
And you were cleaning it, or?
She was picking up different pieces of it, showing it to her, stuff like that. Then I put it back together and then she picked up the pistol.
And then when you put the rifle back together, you loaded the magazine into it?
Correct. I only keep the magazine with it. I don't keep it in the chamber. I keep the magazine with it.
Okay. And that's gonna be my next step, because I don't know shit about guns. I don't even know what the hell the game of defense gun is, to be honest with you. Okay. So, but when you put the magazine into it, is it? Well,
There wasn't one in the chamber at first.
right, because you had you disassembled
I
it.
was going to put it up, and then we started doing our dry fire things.
So at some point you charged it? Yeah. So then she has a 9mm. Yeah. And she's waving it around, but you cleared it.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure everything was unloaded.
Okay. So
Obviously, I have to pay them to do the same thing on it.
but during that time where you guys are doing this training, this cleaning, the guns are being pointed at one another. Yeah. So, good.
And then, it should not happen.
Yeah. So, does the gun have like the family defense gun? Does it have like a trigger guard on it and, like a standard gun? It's just standard everything on it?
We're doing dry fire. I dry fired it 3 or 4 times.
And is that normal for when you're like when we're
after range?
Yeah, you have to dry fire to get it to descend. Same thing with this one.
You don't have to do it to disassemble it, but to just like a check or make sure it's functioning correctly. Same concept. Obviously, she had her box, so the same concept.
So I heard that there was some vomit at some point. Did she vomit at any point?
I think that was she wasn't doing that. That was all after. That was all part of the party. She vomited.
Were you guys eating when this was happening? Because you said you were going to dinner.
Yeah, we went out to dinner.
For good food.
Los Mexican restaurant, Los Fingers, kept our baseline.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. What time do you open that? What time? Gone home. Started watching football game.
Well, I turned it on. I got the packaging there. I undid the packaging. And she wanted to see what it was. She was asking questions, so I just gave her a shot and just let her into what happened.
How long have you guys been together? 2 years. So when you get home, you start doing the packaging, you get home roughly 8 o'clock from dinner. Maybe. Sure. Between 8 and 8:30, you get home from dinner. Get the packages for your guns.
Yeah, they were sitting on the table. They had some packages.
Now this was like the cleaning materials and stuff. So you got the cleaning materials, you guys start talking about how she wants to learn how to.
She brought it.
And what did she want to learn specifically? Just anything about it?
Yeah, just in general.
Just general stuff.
Said that she wanted to coverage and to
I mean, you're sitting there and teaching her how to, I'm assuming, look at their sites and all that. Yeah. Now, does that rifle that you have, does that have like a sight or anything on it? Or red dot? Okay. Was the red dot on at any point?
I turned it on. She was looking at it before.
Was that turned off when you got it, like when you charged it? Or was it still on? I don't know shit about red dots here. That sounds funny, but I don't know shit about but as far as you know, the red dot was still there. So Did you guys eat anything when you guys got back home? Nothing like that? Did you guys have anything to drink at dinner? No, good. Was there anybody else at the house other than you two? Is that your house or hers? And how long have you stayed there?
I bought it in 2019.
Sure. I need to contact family. Where's her family?
Her parents live down in Florida City.
Pearl City?
Florida City.
Florida City.
John. Kevin Wright.
Have you met them before? Say the phone.
I have for other families, brother-in-law and sisters. Now, obviously, I think the code to her phone is her protecting offer. If you can get her phone.
We got one of our evidence techs out there doing pictures and shit, so I'll be heading out there at some point to just walk them through everything. I'll
Don't let her cat out. The cat is their alley. Table cat and then also my dog.
what kind of phone does she have?
An iPhone. It's a small one. Mine is a black one with a case. Mine's the one, the bigger one.
Is it blue?
Yeah, they asked me what they were. I don't remember where it was sent down. It could be digital or we were all these bedroom. Sure. I mean, but obviously the whole black stuff is my agency.
Can you write this out? You need something? Like I said, I'm sorry. This is it. I'm sorry. At some point, when the evidence officer gets back, I'm just gonna have him take pictures of it. Because, I guess when officers showed up there, I mean, you were holding her, trying to get her moved or something along those lines. Yeah. Okay, so just take pictures.
Obviously, she is the condition she is. Clothing wise, she wants her rest. She's her choice. We're supposed to be doing what she's involved in. It's happening to the team. I'd like to encourage you. Pets.
Sure. That's good. What kind of arrangements? Okay. So as soon as I get out there, I take the phone. Going back to when you guys were sitting at the table doing, your cleaning and the trimming and all that other stuff. Do you remember how many times you fired at him?
My maximum
It's just missed. Because I know when I've been out to certain things, just with your reaction of it, and somebody pulls a hand, as soon as I did it, I just dropped it. And, okay.
I don't remember if I looked at it.
And I don't expect you to know like super finite details right now. Give me just a second. I'm gonna get right
I
out.
call my old one, so that should be right there.
Okay. Did you call up your personal phone or your agency? As soon as I get out to the house, my very phone will start making whatever arrangements you need. I mean, to be honest with you. I get it. you know, you and I have known each other for a long time. And I'm not gonna bullshit you.
So I didn't ask for that.
And make sure that everything, as soon as I get out there. Like I say, you don't need anything right to say. And as soon as the EO gets back, I'm just gonna have him take pictures. Alright, so I just got back from the house. I just want to go over everything again, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Kind of just get a little bit more of a detailed thing. But before I do that, do you remember the Marion Wright said? Okay. Do I need to read those to you again? Are you okay with talking to me? Okay. All right. So you said that you went out to dinner at that Los Miguelos Mexican place at about 7 o'clock, right? Here's when you guys got there.
I
Right.
think it was around then. It was a little later. It was dark when we came out.
What car did you take? You got back home around between 8 and 8:30 roughly?
I wasn't keeping track of time.
When you said you turned the football game on, had it already started?
Yeah. Yes, it was after 8.
Okay, so you get home, you turn the football game on. Go through it again, for me, please.
You sit down, start messing with it. Start messing with the guns.
You say you sit down, you're sitting down at the table?
Yeah.
Now, are you guys sitting on the same side of the table?
Across from each other.
Okay. What side of the table are you on? So if I'm going through your front door and I see the table.
The left side, where the green mat is. I start to show her how to clean the gun. Create back and forth, stuff like that.
So when you're sitting there, do you have the rifle out at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have the rifle out at that point, and you disassembled it? Yeah. Okay. So you disassembled it and you're telling her how to clean it?
Yeah, how to clean it, what parts of what, like I'm handing her some of the parts, and like she's all been messing with it while I'm cleaning other parts, type of deal.
Now, does she have the 9mm at that point?
No, she's just, I'm just trading parts back and forth at that point for the rifle. I reassemble the rifle, she holds it, and she like fires it a few times.
You say you have the red light on it, or red light? Just to show her.
Yeah, I tried to hold it. Went back and forth. I was getting ready to put all the guns up, or put the rifle up. That's when she grabs a knife bill. I had the magazine back in the rifle at that point because I was about to put it up.
So after you were going back and forth, this is where you're like looking down the red light, or the red dot, kind of going through that whole thing. She's messed. Yeah. So at that point, you're done with it. You put the magazine back into the gun and charge it.
No, I did not charge it.
Did not charge it.
I don't charge it. I don't leave a round in the chamber. Rifles.
Okay.
I just put the magazine in it.
Okay. So you put the magazine in it, getting ready to put it in.
Yeah. That's when she grabs the 9mm. I unload that for her because she's kind of laying it around. She starts to dry fire that one. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I go to dry fire my rifle and dry fire at the first time and then the second time.
Before that, and the second time is when it went off. Now, for somebody that's not a gun guy, why does it, how does a round get in there? If you dry fire it one time,
We had to reset the trigger. I should dry fire the second time.
and that forces the round in there.
The magazine was in there. I forgot. I put the
And it's a
magazine back.
So you're going to put the rifle up and put the magazine in the gun.
Yeah.
She grabs a 9mm. Is that an agency gun? Okay. So grabs the 9mm, but you realize that it was loaded.
Yeah, because it was in the holster. I took it down with me. It was sitting there on the table.
But like there was a paddle holster on them.
Yeah.
Is that
Don't give the people that's in the holster or in the way for the holster.
So she grabs the 9mm. You want to load it because you realize that it's loaded.
Yeah, I told her to be careful because it was loaded. I was like, hey, here, let me unload that. So you're gonna mess with it, type of deal. I wasn't gonna clean that one. I had no reason to clean that one. So I just unloaded that one and handed it back to her. She started doing her thing. Her dry firing that, made me start dry firing the rifle.
So, and she dry fired the rifle one time, and then when you did it the second time, because the magazine had been loaded into it, it forced around and it changed. So after you realize that she's been hit, where, I know that you said that you had held her, but were you behind her? Like her left side?
Yeah, because you know how my table is. Mm-hmm. She was sitting there. Mm-hmm. I came around and I was standing there next to her.
Now, when you dry fired the rifle, were you sitting down or were you standing up?
And we were sitting across from each other.
So the entire time you were sitting there?
Yeah. I had to extinct those. We were sitting there, come back and forth. The majority of them were sitting. We were talking, chit-chatting.
Now, earlier you told me that the cleaning stuff had come.
Yeah, that's what triggered us to start messing with it.
Now, I saw some Amazon boxes there. Is that what it came in? So you get all this cleaning stuff, the mat maybe.
Yeah, I got the mat, the swabs, and what would you call them? Pads.
Yeah, yeah, it's a little swabs.
And then ARs.
So then you stand up there and hold her after you realize that she's been hit. Where the speakerphone. And your phone had a rubber case on it. It was on the table. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Was it a bigger one?
Yeah, it was a big phone. Her phone, I believe, was in the living room. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just reading my stuff here, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. So, when you called 911, you said that you had unloaded the rifle. Do you remember doing that? Okay. But just, I can tell it was unloaded. The magazine wasn't in it, so. But unloaded the rifle. Anything else that I haven't asked you that is coming back to you since the first time I talked to you? And when you guys are doing the training where she's dry firing and all that, you mentioned before that it was because of where you guys were sitting, the guns were pointed in each other's direction. Is that right? Have you guys done this before in the past? Okay. So
It sounds bad, but after we do down a few drinks, we
but as far as like the training and the cleaning and stuff, and
So it was cleaning, right, like that was just
so that's
special occasion because I got the stuff from the help. And she sat down and did it, and other times, we did it that, we did this stuff.
inquisitive or whatever.
Like I had a dry fire magnet and a pistol. Play around with that.
I can, what is this one? Do you know the program? No, I didn't, but that doesn't mean somebody else did.
All they were asking me about, I gave them code against you to numbers that I felt.
Then, no, there's not, I didn't get that far. But that's neither, I can get that. Yeah, okay, what we're doing. Or I'll get your phone so we can do all that. Yeah. So again, as far as sort of like being inquisitive about the training and stuff, and I guess we're having some sort of fascination with either cops or doing firearms and music. I'm sure I do. So she must have learned that. But nothing like this is, you mentioned that you got sloppy, but nothing like crazy had happened in the past where, there was like safety issues. That this just happened to be. What was the question on there? Give me just a second. Yep.
Members of the jury, we're going to take a quick break to get the television moved out of here, and then we'll get you all back in. So you can go back to the jury room, leave your notepads here, you can get a drink of water, use the restroom, we'll get you back in probably 5 minutes.
Well, that was interesting, huh? Let's see. I'm sorry, Leah keeps moving me.
Ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, let's bring it back in.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. State, you can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, excuse me, I know we just watched both the interviews you conducted with Mr. Boileau. Once you finished conducting those interviews, did you continue on an investigation in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you kind of walk us through, just briefly outline what were kind of some of the additional things you did in the interview, and then we can kind of go in detail a little bit?
I'm sorry, the last part, what did I do?
Kind of just generally let us know what were some of the next things that you did, and then we'll kind of circle back and go through those things in detail.
Okay. We did a cell phone extraction, a forensic cell phone extraction on Paulina's phone. I did subpoenas to verify the Amazon package delivery. We did, I did interviews at the Mexican restaurant to verify Mr. Boileau's account given to me during his interviews.
So let's kind of, and like I said, I want to take those things into specific terms. So let's talk about that phone extraction first. Were you the actual person who did the extraction on the phone?
I did not do the extraction.
Who did the extraction on the phone?
Karen Patterson.
Okay. But once she does that extraction, are you the one who actually then goes through and looks at the contents of the phone?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to look through Polina Wright's cell phone, full extraction of her phone?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything in her phone that, let's just kind of put it this way, assisted you in your investigation of the case?
There was a photograph of her and Dale at the Mexican restaurant that was flagged in the cell phone extraction. Outside of that, there wasn't anything evidentiary added to it.
And to confirm, that photo that you saw of them at the Mexican restaurant was at the same day that this incident occurred?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But other than that photo, there was nothing else that provided any other additional information towards your investigation one way or the other?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you also talked about doing a subpoena to Amazon. What was the purpose of doing a subpoena to Amazon?
To verify Mr. Boileau's account of the Amazon packages arriving with his gun cleaning supplies.
And with that request to Amazon, did you ever receive anything back from them?
I received a response back from them
What was the response from them?
that they could not locate a record.
Does that mean that the package did not come, or just that they did not necessarily have enough information with what you provided?
That they didn't have enough information.
Does whether or not the Amazon package arrived on that day or a different day, would that have changed or altered your investigation at all?
No, sir.
The last thing I want to talk about is you mentioned that you also followed up and you went to the restaurant that was mentioned during the interview. You yourself went to the restaurant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to essentially were you able to receive any sort of documentation or proof that the defendant and Polina Wright were at the restaurant that evening?
Not conclusive that they were actually there.
Can you kind of explain what that means by not conclusive?
So I have a receipt from the restaurant that outlines 6 total margaritas that were purchased during the time frame that Mr. Boileau said that he was there. However, there's no identifying information to actually positively identify that that was Mr. Boileau's table.
So just to confirm, there was nothing on the receipt indicating that Mr. Boileau or Ms. Wright were the ones who purchased those.
Correct.
However, it was somewhat consistent with what Mr. Boileau said was consumed at the restaurant.
Correct.
Okay. And was it during that general time frame as well that the defendant provided you?
Yes, sir.
What about, did you, was the neighborhood canvassed for potential other witnesses or other videos that would have maybe captured the incident?
Yes, sir.
Was there any other witnesses that were discovered that would have provided any additional information?
No, sir.
Sorry, excuse me. What about any surveillance videos?
No, sir.
It also came up during the interview, and we've kind of heard it throughout the trial, but I kind of want to talk to you for a second about it. You ultimately determined or knew that the defendant was at the time employed by law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
What agency was he employed with?
Marion County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. So I want to ask you this. I know you work for the Ocala Police Department. Was there ever a point in time that you've ever worked for the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
2010 to 2018.
What capacity did you work at the Marion County Sheriff's Office? What was your job title or position there?
I was in the jail as a detention deputy at the time.
Okay. And were you also able to did you have the duties and training to also be a on-the-road officer as well?
I had the certificate to be a law enforcement officer as well.
But you were just located primarily in the jail?
Yes, sir.
Did you work with or have any knowledge of Leslie Boileau when you were working with Marion County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. I want to briefly ask you, to be a law enforcement officer, whether it's with Marion County Sheriff's Office or the Ocala Police Department, do you have to undergo any sort of training or anything of that nature?
Yes.
Can you kind of briefly describe to us what are some of the basic trainings that you guys have to go through or essentially do to become a law enforcement officer?
Every year we have what's called our in-service training, where we go through several topics, again, throughout a year, one of which being firearms, driving, first aid, defensive tactics, just to name a few.
And just to confirm, I made sure I heard that correctly, is one of the things that you have to do annually as a law enforcement officer is training on firearms.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
Please, the court, yes. Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
All right. And Sergeant Kirk.
Yes, sir.
Your first contact with Mr. Boileau that night was at the police station.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long he had been at the police station before you spoke with him?
I couldn't give you a direct time or an exact time, I should say.
But you spoke with him twice.
I did.
And then after your second conversation, you came in an hour and a half later, took photos of him, took his clothes, and told him he was under arrest.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, and in that time period after the second interview is when those events occurred. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know how long your first conversation was with him?
I can't give you a time frame. I would say roughly 30-ish minutes or so.
About 16 minutes and 13 seconds. From the time you walked through the door to the time you walked out the door. That sound right?
It sounds about right. Yes, sir.
Well, that's what was on the video.
Okay.
Do you know how long your second conversation was?
I can't give you an exact time. No, sir.
11 minutes and 13 seconds. That sound right?
Sounds about right.
Do you know how long he spent in the interview room before you arrested him?
I would say several hours.
Over 8 hours. That sound right?
Sounds about right. Yes, sir.
Because he got to the interview room at midnight, right?
I didn't take him there, sir. So I don't know what time he actually arrived there.
As the lead detective, are you responsible for checking the information provided by the deputies or the other officers and everybody involved in the case?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Do you know who brought him to the police station?
Patrol brought him to the interview room.
Do you know which patrol officer?
No, sir, I don't.
So Officer Hagan Sampson testified earlier that he and his partner, Officer LeBay, transported him to the police department at midnight.
Okay.
So do you know how long he was in the interview room before you first spoke with him?
I don't. No, sir.
Would it shock you to know it was more than an hour?
No, sir.
Do you have any idea what he was doing in the interview room before you spoke to him?
No, sir.
You ever watched the tapes of him in that interview?
I watched the interview room video. Yes, sir.
Not while you were in there.
No.
During the 8 hours you weren't in there.
Yes,
Did you ever watch the video of what Mr. Boileau was doing in the interview room, especially during the first hour?
I've watched the video several times, sir.
So what was he doing in the interview?
He's been sitting in the interview room waiting for me to come there eventually.
That's all he was doing, sitting?
Sitting there. He was showing some emotion in there at some point.
Well, he was crying,
Yes, sir.
screaming, right?
Yes, sir.
End up on the floor. That went on for the entire hour before you ever saw it, right?
Yes, sir.
So you came in the third time with the evidence officer, took photos, took his clothes, put him in a jail jumpsuit, and then another officer came in and put handcuffs and shackles on him. And he sat in the room with handcuffs and shackles on him for the better part of an right?
Yes, sir.
You knew him.
Yeah, I knew of him. Yes, sir.
Well, you knew him because you used to work in the jail
Yes, sir.
and you saw him almost every day.
I would not say I saw him every day.
I said almost every day.
Okay. But yes, sir. I
You
know.
knew who he was.
I do.
You know he goes by Dale and
Yes, sir.
not Leslie.
Yes, sir.
Did you tell your superiors that you knew him before you went in there to interview him?
Yes, sir.
Was that calculated?
No.
Was it appropriate for you, knowing him, to interview him under these circumstances?
I don't think it was inappropriate.
Okay. Did you give any consideration to having somebody else talk to him that didn't know him?
I was the lead detective in major crimes at that time, sir. So it was my case.
Right at the beginning of the first interview, you told him you didn't know anything about guns. Was that true?
Partially.
How? Explain partially to me.
The Daniel defense thing, I couldn't tell you what that was when he told me what that was. Go ahead.
Well, you had firearms training when you worked for the sheriff.
Yes, sir.
You have firearms training while you work for OPD.
Yes, sir.
Have you been trained to use an M4 or an AR style rifle?
I have personally shot a AR style rifle that are issued to the Ocala Police Department officers. However, I do not have one assigned to me.
Okay. But you've trained them.
Briefly. Yes, sir.
Well, they teach you how to take them apart, put them back together,
Yes, sir.
and how to make sure once you put them back together, they'll go bang when you pull the trigger, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's important, that you put it back together right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what you told him wasn't exactly true. You just didn't know what the Daniel defense thing was.
No, like I said, it was partially true.
He mentioned in his statement resetting the trigger. Did you know what that meant?
Yes, the resetting the trigger pull. Yes, sir.
Tell me what that is.
If you pull the trigger of a firearm, and you can feel a trigger reset on that. It's kind of hard to explain without actually feeling it for yourself, but you will feel the trigger reset on that. In this case, he would have had to have put the bolt forward on the second trigger reset which would then chamber around into the rifle.
Well, isn't that part of the process of resetting a trigger on an AR style rifle?
Again, I'm not issued a rifle. I have very limited training with the rifle.
So did you ask him what he meant by reset a trigger?
Yes, I did in my interview. Yes, sir.
Did you have him describe exactly what he did
Yes, sir.
to reset the trigger?
Yes, he said he pulled the trigger.
Okay.
And I asked him several times to clarify his statement while I was in the interview with him.
All right. He told you it was an accident, right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you they'd been having a good evening.
Yes, sir.
No disputes. You didn't ask him about earlier in the day, did you?
No, sir.
Do you know how long the two of them had been together that day?
As in how long they were together that entire day?
That day, yes, sir.
No, sir. I know.
That wasn't relevant to you, what had gone on between the two of them that day?
No, sir.
Why not?
That had nothing to do with what happened hours beforehand. What happened was at that residence, and that was what I was investigating.
He told you they'd been to dinner that evening, right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you they had 3 drinks each, margaritas.
Yes, sir.
And you went to the restaurant and you found a receipt for somebody that ordered 2 meals and then 6 margaritas.
Yes, sir. Yep. Yes, sir.
What time was the tab open on the receipt?
Roughly 19:30.
Okay, so that's 7:30.
Yes, sir.
And what time did it close?
Roughly 20:30. It would be 8:30. Yes, sir.
Okay. So it wasn't just margaritas on the receipt. There was dinner on the receipt, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what he told you.
Yes, sir.
They had dinner and 3 margaritas apiece.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much all of the margaritas cost?
Roughly $30.
$26.94.
That sounds about right.
So those margaritas were $4.49 a piece. You divide 6 into that number. What kind of margarita can you get for $4.50?
I don't know what kind of margaritas they're serving there for $4.60.
Well, obviously not one with a lot of alcohol.
I can't comment on that, sir.
Do you know what time Dale made the 911 call?
Roughly, I'm going to say 10:52-ish.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. 10:52. Do you know how far the restaurant is from the house?
It's only a couple miles away from his residence.
Take 5 or 6 minutes to drive, depending on the traffic.
Sure. I would say it'd take longer than 5 minutes, but sure. Probably 10-ish or so.
8:30 at night?
Yes, sir. Probably 10 to 15 minutes if I had to guess.
Okay. So there's 2.5 hours from the time they leave the restaurant, get home, and the 911 call is made, right?
Yes, sir.
What did they do for 2.5 hours?
Went
Do you
home
know?
based off of what he told me. That's the account that I have.
Did you ask him if they did anything else?
I asked him what they did that night, and he told me what they did that night.
With the guns? Did you ask him if they ever got up from the table?
Did I ask him if he got up from the table specifically?
He or Polina?
If they got up from the table at all?
During this firearm thing,
No, sir. I didn't ask specifically if he got up from the
did
table.
that mean anything?
No, sir.
How long that took and what was going on in between? That didn't mean anything.
No, sir.
Why not?
Again, I went there to investigate a shooting, which ultimately resulted in the death of Polina Wright. What happened in those minutes is what I was investigating.
There was no indication in the house that any more alcohol was consumed when they got home, right?
No, sir. There was no indication of alcohol.
Right. Nothing on the table,
No, sir.
nothing in the kitchen,
No, sir.
nothing in the living room.
No,
No
sir.
cups, empty cans. There was one can, but it was green tea. Did you see that?
I was at the house. I did not see any alcohol related items.
Now, as the lead detective, are you involved in directing the crime scene technicians in terms of what they look for and collect?
Yes, sir. Based off of my search warrant. Yes, sir. On what we're collecting.
Okay. Did the idea of looking for more alcohol occur to you that night?
That wasn't on my search warrant to look for alcohol,
Why not?
because the alcohol was not anything. I had no indicators of alcohol when speaking to him the first time.
Okay. So there was nothing about the way he talked to you or your observations of him that led you to conclude that he was under the influence of alcohol at all.
Correct.
So you didn't ask the text to look for him.
I didn't hear the
You
second.
did not ask the text to look for anything
Not alcohol related.
alcohol related,
No, sir.
but you didn't see anything.
Correct.
He told you that when she saw him start opening the Amazon packages with the gun cleaning stuff and started to disassemble and start cleaning his rifle, that she asked him to show her how it worked.
Yes, sir.
And at the point she asked that question, she came over to the table and sat down across from him.
Yes, sir.
He told you he made the rifle safe before he handed it to her, didn't he?
I don't know what you mean by made it safe. By not having a magazine in it?
And it almost sounded like it was never fully assembled when he handed it to her.
Oh, he handed over, in his words, handed over the rifle to her and had the red dot light on for her to dry fire the weapon.
He told you when she finished looking at the rifle, he took it back from her
Yes, sir.
and set about to finish cleaning and putting it back together.
Putting away the firearms. Yes, sir.
And then he told you he saw her grab the handgun that was in a holster on the table.
Yes, sir.
That, he told you, he knew was loaded.
Yes, sir.
And he stopped what he was doing, put the rifle down, and got the handgun from her.
Yes, sir.
Got it out of the holster, took the magazine out, and cleared the round from the chamber. Did you see the magazine and the single round laying on the table in the area where he was sitting?
In the area where he was sitting?
Yes.
No, sir.
You did.
No.
There's photographs of it. Did you look at the photographs?
I was there at the scene. The firearm that was in question was on Polina's side of the table.
I said the magazine and the round. The magazine and the round were on his side of the table.
Okay. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Okay. Did you see that?
Yeah. Yes, sir. I was there.
Well, that's indicative of him unloading it like he said he did, right?
Yes, sir.
And the handgun itself had no magazine in it when it was found in Miss Wright's lap.
Correct.
4 bullets.
Correct.
And he told you that he forgot that he had loaded the rifle. That he pulled the trigger one time, it clicked. Then he charged the weapon and pulled the trigger again,
Yes, sir.
and it went off.
Yes, sir.
Does that process sound like resetting a trigger?
That would be the process in resetting a trigger. Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's a little more involved than that with an AR style rifle, right?
I don't know what you mean by the question.
Pull the trigger the first time.
Mhm.
Listen for the hammer to fall. You pull the charging rod out, except you haven't released the trigger yet.
Right.
While you're holding the charging rod out, you slowly release the trigger. You reset it. It clicks. Then you put the charging rod home. If the gun is empty, you can pull the trigger again and it's going to, and you'll hear everything sync up and reset again. So you know it's going to fire the next time you need it to fire. Right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him about doing all that?
He told me that when he pulled the trigger the first time, it was a dry fire. He pulled it the second time. The only way for that round to go forward is if the charging bolt went
Right,
forward.
I got that. There was a magazine with bullets in it,
Yes, sir.
okay? What I'm asking you is, you ask him if he went through all those intricate steps to reset the trigger?
No, sir.
No. But that's how this weapon went off. Isn't that true?
I don't understand the question. How?
It was in the process of resetting the trigger based on what he told you that the weapon went off.
Yes, on the second pull of the trigger and charging the the rifle, therefore putting a round in the chamber.
Okay. Did him being a deputy sheriff have anything to do with why you arrested him?
No, sir.
You wrote a report, right?
Yes, sir.
Page 2 of 3. This would have been your initial, not your follow-ups. Did you write that based on Boileau's statements made on the initial 911 call, his spontaneous utterances during first contact, his admissions during my interviews with him, which align with the physical evidence observed, collected at the residence, and Boileau's carelessness while handling firearms given his profession? Did you arrest him because he was a deputy?
No, sir.
And had an accident with firearms?
No, sir.
Why'd you write that?
That's for my probable cause affidavit.
Does that mean it doesn't have to be true?
No, the probable cause is adding, that statement is adding to my probable cause statement.
Well, you just told me you didn't arrest him because he was a deputy.
No, sir. I didn't arrest him solely because he's a Marion County Sheriff's deputy.
It was part of the reason.
No.
According to what you wrote?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir.
How am I misreading that, Sergeant Kern?
The probable cause affidavit, based off of the set of circumstances that I had and his knowledge of firearms with him being a sheriff's deputy, coupled with everything else.
Yeah. I get that.
No.
Him being trained to use a gun
Correct.
is relevant here,
Yes, sir.
okay? But that's not what you wrote.
I did not arrest him based on his profession.
So you don't believe that the law is applied any differently to law enforcement officers than to average citizens?
The law is the law, sir.
Right. Regardless of what you do for a living.
Correct.
And the same law should apply to all of us,
Correct.
regardless whether we're lawyers, judges, or policemen.
Yes, sir.
Do you really know exactly what happened, Polina Wright?
I do know what happened to her. Yes, sir.
How was Mr. Boileau holding the rifle?
How was he holding it?
Yeah.
He had to be holding the trigger or holding the gun in
Well,
such
you're
a
assuming. What did he tell you how he was holding the rifle?
based on the evidence that we have, I can line up a trajectory of the bullet.
I asked you if he told you.
No, he didn't specifically tell me. No,
Did
sir.
you ask him?
No, sir.
Wouldn't it be helpful to know exactly how he was holding the rifle to come to the conclusion that this was a manslaughter and not just an accident?
To ask him how he was specifically holding the firearm?
Yeah, exactly.
No,
That's
sir.
how this happened.
No, sir.
You don't think so?
No, sir.
But you didn't ask.
No, sir.
So you can't tell the jury.
No, sir.
I don't have any other questions.
State any redirect examination?
One second. No further questions, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do any of you all have questions of this witness? If you do, please raise your hands. All right, seeing no hands, state is this witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
I do have one thing I would like to do with it, and I believe the state's agreed to let me introduce a piece of evidence out of turn.
That's fine, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as state's exhibit or defendant's exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
You say B as in Bravo?
B as in boy, Bravo,
Yes.
Baker.
Yeah, I recognize it. Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that first?
This is a picture taken off Miss Wright's cell phone.
From the extraction?
Yes, sir.
And that was provided to you by the technician that did the extraction?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to identify from the data associated with the photograph when the photograph was taken?
It was taken on Snapchat, I do believe. As far as a time frame, I cannot recall a specific time frame, but it I want to say it was in the appropriate time that they would have been at the restaurant.
Okay. And does it appear to be them at the restaurant?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the defendant would move defense exhibit B into evidence as defendant's exhibit number 1.
No objection.
Without objection, defense exhibit B will be admitted to evidence as defense exhibit 1.
May I publish the photograph?
Yes, sir. Do you want the overhead projector?
I'll hand it down the road.
Very well.
Please report.
Yes, sir.
And I have no other questions for Sergeant Kern.
State any follow-up?
Not off that, no, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any questions from any of you all based on the additional questions? All right. So state, is he released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Okay, sir, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your time.
Your Honor, before state calls its next witness at this point in time, state will move into evidence what's been previously marked as Y for identification purposes, as states, I believe, 24. It's the training records of Leslie Boileau.
No objection.
Okay, what's been marked by identification as states exhibit Y will be admitted to evidence states exhibit 24.
Your Honor, next state would call to the stand Kristen Killinger from Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
I do, yes.
You can be seated, ma'am.
Good afternoon. If you don't mind, can you please introduce yourself to us and spell your last name for record purposes?
My name is Kristen Killinger, Killinger.
And Ms. Killinger, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
And what is your job title or job position?
I am a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
How long have you been a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
For about 5 years.
And can you just kind of briefly explain to us what your job duties entail in terms of being a crime analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement with firearms?
Primarily, I will test firearms to see if they're functional or not. I will also compare microscopically compare fired ammunition components, such as bullets and cartridge cases, to the suspected firearms.
And are you also familiar with the general working parts and layout of a firearm and how they operate generally?
Yes.
Can you kind of also explain to us what your educational background is to actually get to a position of this nature?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida. I also completed a 2-year training program in the area of firearms identification.
Now, aside from your background education and training, do you also have to continue to do additional training as you hold this position?
Yes.
And what is the requirements of that training that you have to do? How often and how much do you have to do?
I have to do an average of 16 hours of continuing education per year over 3 years. So I will attend like lectures and conferences, as well as armors, courses, and then read articles.
Now, during your time as a firearm examiner for Florida Department of Law Enforcement, how many times have you examined firearms roughly?
I would say more than 600 times.
And is that about the same amount of times that you've also done comparisons with projectiles or casings?
Yeah, I would say I've done more than 1,000 comparisons.
And have you been able to render an opinion as to the comparisons of casings or projectiles to firearms before?
Yes.
And has that been in a court similar to this?
Yes.
About how many times have you been able to do that?
I think about 20 or more.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would request that Ms. Killinger be able to give her opinion in terms of firearm ballistic comparison as well as the general operation of firearms.
Do you have any objection? Okay, you can continue, counsel.
So I kind of want to ask, did you receive items in reference to what would have been Ocala Police Department number 2024-0012-4192?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what exactly did you receive from the Ocala Police Department to examine or review?
I received one firearm, one cartridge case, and one projectile.
And what was the firearm that you received?
I received a 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber Daniel Defense Model DDM4 semi-automatic firearm.
And did you have an opportunity to examine this firearm personally yourself?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to determine the operation and how this firearm actually operates and works?
Yes, I did.
So what I'm going to actually have you do is, if you don't mind, kind of give me a minute. I'm going to show you what's been previously introduced into evidence as that firearm. I'm going to have you show the members of the jury exactly how that firearm operates. And Your Honor, once she's done loading up, I'd also ask if the witness can step down to demonstrate to the jury.
She may. And counsel, y'all can move as you need to.
I'm going to ask the bailiff to remove this. All right, if you don't mind, if you could just step down. Now, if you don't mind, can you just walk through the jury, essentially the process of having the firearm as is, how you would actually be able to make the firearm shoot or dispel a projectile?
Yes, so this firearm has a magazine, which is kind of like a container that holds the cartridges. The magazine will be inserted right here into this hole. And then from there, you would pull back on this charging handle right here. You pull back and release. And in doing that, it will cock the firearm as well as chamber the first round from the top of the magazine. It will strip the cartridge off the top of the magazine and place it into the chamber of the firearm. From there, the trigger is ready to be pulled. Once the user pulls the trigger, the firing pin will be released and it will strike the primer, creating a spark, igniting the gunpowder inside that ammunition. The gunpowder will burn and create a lot of gas, and the gases are what push the bullet down and out the barrel. The gases will also push back on the bolt, and it will cock the firearm again, and then a spring will push the bolt back forward, stripping the next cartridge off the top of the magazine, loading the firearm. So now the trigger can be pulled again for the next shot.
Now let me ask you this, because you were showing us pulling that charging rod back. Does that naturally stay back, or how does that work when you pull that back?
You just pull it back and then you let it go like that.
Okay. And we've heard a phrase of resetting a trigger and dry firing. I kind of want to take those step by step. So let's start with dry firing. What does dry firing a weapon mean?
Dry firing is just basically when the chamber is empty, pulling the trigger, and so nothing will happen when you pull the trigger.
Now, when you pull that trigger with the chamber empty, does the trigger change position, or does it alter the trigger in any way in terms of where it's set?
The trigger will move backwards, obviously because you're pulling it, and then it will be disconnected from the hammer internally, so it will kind of be limp or depressed. And then the process of pulling that handle back and releasing it again will reset the trigger so that it's stiff again and ready to be pulled.
Now, other than pulling that rod back all the way and releasing it, would there be any other additional steps required in order to quote unquote reset the trigger?
No.
So you don't have to physically alter the trigger or push it back into place or anything like that?
No, if the firearm's working properly, it will automatically reset the trigger.
And based off of your exam and review, was this firearm operating properly?
Yes, it was.
Let me ask you, is there any other way, other than that process you talked about of pulling that rod back, is there any other way to put a round in the chamber of that firearm?
The user can manually, if we call it hand chamber a cartridge, but other than that, even if you do hand chamber a cartridge, you still have to manipulate the bolt by moving that charging handle in order to cock the firearm.
If you put a magazine in that rifle and you pull the trigger without ever pulling that bolt back, will it ever automatically just put a round up into the chamber?
No, if you put the magazine in and the chamber's empty, you have to pull back on the charging handle in order to insert that first round into the chamber.
Can you also briefly explain to us what a magazine safety is?
So safeties are basically how a device internally usually that the manufacturer puts in their firearm to basically stop firing from happening. Some safeties are external, some are internal. A magazine safety is an internal safety, meaning that the user doesn't have to turn it off or on. It will automatically function during the firing process. So with a magazine safety, the magazine has to be inserted in order for the firearm to be able to fire. If no magazine is entered, then the trigger usually has something blocking it, so it cannot be pulled. And in this case, this firearm does not have a magazine safety, so the trigger can be pulled even if no magazine is inserted.
And is that common for that type of firearm to not have a magazine safety?
Yes, that's normal.
Okay. Now, I know I'm going to have you sit down here in a second, but I know you also mentioned that you received a casing and a projectile. Can you just kind of briefly, demonstrating with the rifle, let the members of the jury know where the casing would be sent from and where the projectile would actually come out of the firearm as well?
So the projectile will come down and out the barrel, out the front towards the target, and then the cartridge cases will be ejected out of this hole once the bolt is pulled. Once it returns rearward, the casing will fly out the side. If you think of like in a movie, you're seeing the things flying to the side. Those are the empty cartridge cases.
Now, let's say you have a magazine in that gun that's loaded with more than one round. That gun fires. When we hear the term of clearing a gun, how would you clear a gun? What does that mean, and what would you do to clear the gun?
So if you have a firearm that you think is loaded, you would remove the magazine by pushing this button here, and then the magazine will be able to be removed. And then from there, you would want to check that the chamber is also empty. So you would pull back on that charging handle, and then it will automatically extract and eject that cartridge that's inside the chamber. If you don't see that happen, then you would want to physically look with your eyes to make sure that the chamber's empty and there's nothing in there.
Thank you. So I know you talked about a little bit of it, that it's part of what you do with your job process, but I kind of want you to explain it to us in a little bit more detail. We're going to start with casings first. Can you kind of describe to us the process of when you say you're doing comparisons on casings? What does that process look like?
So first I'll receive the evidence and I'll document what I have, what it looks like, if there's any damage on it. And then from there, I will look at it microscopically to see the microscopic imperfections that are present from the firing process on the back of that cartridge case. If I have a firearm to compare, like in this case, I will test fire that firearm and then use the cartridge cases that I test fired to compare it to the one that I received as evidence. I can do this using a comparison microscope. It's 2 compound microscopes connected by an optical bridge, so I can see 2 things at the same time.
Now, when you're looking at these 2 casings at the same time, what are you looking for?
So I'm looking at the microscopic imperfections. They appear as lines or striations, as shapes, depending on how the manufacturer decides to manufacture the firearm, they will look differently.
So let me ask you this, because I know you talked about microscopic imperfections, but are there also what I kind of refer to as class characteristics as well too?
Yes, so class characteristics are features that are determined prior to manufacture by the manufacturer. So this would be the caliber or the shape of the firing pin, the style of the marks that I'm looking at. If you think of your car in a parking lot and you're trying to find your car, you're going to narrow it down to cars with similar class characteristics. So that would be the make, the model, the type of car, the color of your car. So that's what I'm looking at. Once I see that my cartridge case that I have from evidence is similar to the class characteristics of my firearm, I will move forward and I'll look at the individual characteristics or those microscopic imperfections that are unique to that firearm. So if you think of your car again, what separates your car that's the same one that was made right after it? You're looking for the scratch on the side of your car or the bumper sticker in the back. So I'm looking at those similar features from, they're called individual characteristics that would happen during the manufacturing process or also during the use of the firearm over time.
And I want to ask you about that with the, and I know we're kind of using interchangeably, the individual characteristics or those microscopic imperfections. Have you ever had a situation where two different firearms have the same individual characteristics?
No, I have not.
So is it that every single firearm has its own individual characteristics?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously introduced as state 18, is if you don't mind, if you can pull that out. And I know we don't have the dual microscope that you were explaining to us, but can you just kind of show the members of the jury what the area on the casing is that you're actually doing this evaluation and examination on?
Yes, so this is the cartridge case, and at the head of the cartridge case is the primer. There's a little tiny circle kind of inside of that. That's what creates the spark that's hit by the firing pin. So as the gases are building, they're actually pushing back on that breech face and on that firing pin, and it's creating like a stamp of the inside of the gun. So that's what I'm looking at.
And were you able to make, and I'll kind of go in turn here, were you able to make determinations in terms of the class characteristics of this projectile?
Yes.
What were those determinations?
The class characteristics that they were 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber, and then it had like a hemispherical firing pin impression. As I continued further looking at the individual characteristics, I could see consistency with the firearm.
And just to confirm, were you then able to render an opinion in terms of the casing to that Daniel Defense firearm that you received?
Yes, I could identify the cartridge case to the firearm.
And just kind of, for me in layman's terms, what does that mean that you identify the cartridge to the firearm?
So the agreement of the class characteristics and the individual
I'm muted, y'all. I was talking. I was having a whole conversation with myself. All right. Okay. So I thought I would just pause quickly and let y'all know I'm still here. We're listening. Very informative information. All right. Back on. Game on.
characteristics was to an extent that I could say that this firearm fired that cartridge case.
Now, I'll let you put that away. And then you also had an opportunity to look at a projectile as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to kind of ask the class characteristics and those individual characteristics or microscopic imperfections. Are you looking for similar things in terms of the projectile as well when you do a comparison?
Yes.
And I'm going to kind of ask you to do the same thing you did with the casings. If you don't mind, can you just kind of show the members of the jury? I'm giving you what's been previously marked as states 21. Is if you can just show the members of the jury where on that projectile are you doing your examination or where are you looking at for these markings?
So here's the projectile. There's the inside of the barrel has rifling, which is cut into the barrel during the manufacture process. It imparts the spin on the bullet. If you kind of think of like a football, the bullet will be more accurate as it's spinning down and out of the barrel and traveling. So the rifling inside of the barrel will actually cut into the side of the bullet. So it's very hard to see, but it's down the side of the bullet here. It appears as like striations almost.
And again, were you able to do a similar comparison that you discussed in terms of projectiles from this firearm and the projectile that you received?
Yes, I fired the firearm into our water tank, which is a tank filled with water, so I could recover the projectiles. And I compared those projectiles on my comparison microscope to this one, and I was able to identify that this bullet was fired from the firearm.
And that also means that it was the same class characteristics and same individual characteristics, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Briefly. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Prosecutor asked you about resetting the trigger on an AR style rifle. Are you familiar with a process involving an AR where one would, assuming the gun was in, right, would pull the trigger and hold it, listening for the hammer, then charge the weapon, at least pull the charge handle back, release the trigger, again listening for a click, and then set the charge, and then you pull the trigger again.
You're asking, am I familiar with this process?
Yes.
No, I am not. No.
Ever heard of it?
No, I'm not sure why someone would do that.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
State, any additional questions? Members of the jury, do any of y'all have questions of this witness? If you do, please raise your hands. Seeing no hands, state, is she released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Okay, so ma'am, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, does anybody need a break? All right, we're going to take a break. This will be about a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 3:20.
Oh, recess. Fun. Every time I do this, my dog moves. Okay, let's see where that put us. Oh, they're coming back. Okay. They should be coming back. All right.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you. Are we ready to bring the jury back in?
We are, Your Honor. The next witness is the medical examiner. The family has been informed the next witness is the medical examiner and their owner.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for our friends
Okay,
on television,
also while
camera
they
reminders
get
that
the medical examiner in there, I
this is
just
being
want to give a
broadcast on the
disclaimer
30th of
that
November.
I
There will
don't
be
know
no
if there's
footage
going to be
broadcast of
pictures.
these photographs. Am I correct?
Oh, they're not broadcasting no photographs. So, Okay, that clears that up. All right, let's listen.
Counsel, you all can be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. State, you can call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Rachel Lang.
I do.
You can be seated.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Dr. Rachel Lang. That's Lange. I'm an associate medical examiner with the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office in Leesburg.
Can you describe for the jury, first of all, what do you do as an associate medical examiner?
Yeah, so I'm a doctor. My training is in pathology and forensic pathology, and meaning my job is to determine the cause of death by doing autopsies.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
Yes, my medical degree is from the University of Miami, followed by pathology residency at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City, and additional training in forensic pathology through a fellowship at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner of the City of New York.
And how long have you been a medical examiner?
Oh, over 10 years, since 2000.
You said earlier you're a doctor. You're licensed to practice medicine in Florida.
Yes.
You also mentioned that your duties include the performing of autopsies. What's an autopsy?
An autopsy is an examination performed on the body after death, which consists of an external examination where the body is identified and we look for injuries or signs of disease, followed by an internal examination, which is done by an incision made on the body to allow us to see the body's organs.
Can you estimate on how many autopsies you performed in your career?
Well, conservatively, a few thousand.
You mentioned the term pathology. What is pathology?
Pathology is a specialty of medicine, and as the broad field, pathology involves looking at tissues or laboratory tests to make diagnoses. So, for example, when you have a biopsy or you have blood work done, that's all overseen by a pathologist.
What is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is an additional subspecialty of pathology, which is where we do additional training to specifically to perform autopsies to determine cause of death. And forensic basically means applying to the matters of court. So we use the field of pathology to deal with questions posed in the court.
So because of your additional specialized experience, are you considered a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Have you been permitted to provide opinion testimony in a court of law before in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Not how many times?
Dozens of times.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request this witness be permitted to give opinion testimony in the area of forensic pathology.
I have no objection.
Okay. All right, you can continue, counsel.
You drew your attention to September 21st in 2024. Did you perform an autopsy on Polina Wright?
Yes.
How did she get to the medical examiner's office?
She was transported to our office by a contracted transportation service.
And where is the medical examiner's office in the Fifth Circuit?
It's in Leesburg, Florida.
And that's in Lake County?
Yes.
Does that also cover deaths that occur in Marion County?
Yes.
Is there a case number assigned by the medical examiner's office to each autopsy that's performed?
Yes.
And what was the medical examiner case number associated with the autopsy done on Polina Wright?
2024-2220.
When When you did your external examination of Miss Wright, did you determine how tall she was?
Yes,
How tall was she?
she was 5'6".
And did you also determine how much she weighed?
Yes,
How much did she weigh?
181 pounds.
How old was she?
Her reported age was 25, and she appeared to be consistent with that age.
During the course of your autopsy, did you also take photographs documenting her appearance and various injuries that you may have observed?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit X for identification. Can you take a look at those photographs and tell me if you recognize them? If I could have a display as well. Thank you.
Yes.
Generally, what do those photos show?
These are photographs taken of Polina Wright at the time of the autopsy.
Do they fairly and accurately depict your observations of the injuries you saw on Ms. Wright?
Yes.
It's time State removed X into evidence as State's 25.
No objection. Without objection, State's Exhibit X will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 25.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you photograph 1 of State's 25. Is this Polina Wright, the woman upon whom you performed an autopsy?
Yes.
And does the number on the sticker in the bottom match your medical examiner case number?
Yes.
When you did the external examination of Miss Wright's body, specifically her head, what did you notice as far as injuries?
The most notable thing is that she had a gunshot wound of her head.
Can you describe the location of that injury on her head?
Yes, the entrance wound of the gunshot path was on her forehead, basically between her eyes, and the exit wound was on the back of her head.
You described the wound we see in photograph 1 here, an entrance wound. How can you tell if a wound is an entrance wound versus an exit wound?
Entrance and exit wounds have typical features. So, for example, an entrance wound typically is circular, oval in shape. It has a punched out look to it and often has abrasion or scraping around the skin of the margin, while an exit wound typically is more slit-like or stellate in shape.
You said around the edges of the margin. What is the margin?
The margin, just the skin around basically the defect, the hole that the bullet leaves.
When you examined this entrance gunshot wound to the center of her forehead, was that entrance circular or was it slightly irregular?
It was slightly irregular.
What do you mean by that?
So instead of being a round or oval shape like we typically see when a bullet travels straight through a tissue, it had a bit of an irregular shape, and the abrasion that you see around the defect is also irregular instead of being circumferential.
In your training experience, what is the general cause of an entrance wound of a gunshot wound being slightly irregular?
This tends to happen when the bullet is no longer traveling straight. So if it hits something else or passes through something else, and it enters, at a unusual angle instead of straight on, it can create an irregular look to the wound.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about that later on. Describe the damage that the projectile did as it struck the center of her forehead and traveled through her head.
It caused extensive damage, which you can see the reason her face looks somewhat distorted. There were many, many fractures of the base of her skull, the top of her skull, and her brain through the bullet path.
Was this wound fatal?
Yes.
You mentioned there was an exit wound as well. I'm showing you photograph 2 from State's 25. What do we see here?
We're looking at the back of her head, and as typical in an autopsy, we will shave around a wound so that we can see all of its characteristics. So we're seeing a shaved area of her hair on the back of her head, and the large slit-shaped tear in the skin we're seeing is an exit wound.
You can tell this is an exit wound because of how it appears in contrast to the entrance wound?
Yes.
Using your own head, because the picture is a little bit deceptive of where the shaving is and where the injury is, can you point to the jury in your own head where the exit wound would be?
Yes, it's the back of her head.
Okay. Obviously, since there is an exit wound, I'm assuming you did not locate a projectile inside of her head.
That's correct.
Describe the path that projectile took after it entered the front of her forehead.
So it continued basically straight through her head, damaging the skull and the brain before exiting through this defect here. So it's pretty much front to back, straightforward without really any significant deviation to the right or left or up or down.
Did you locate another injury on Miss Wright's body?
Yes.
Where was that?
She had another gunshot wound on her right second finger or index finger.
Showing you photograph 3 from stage 25. What do we see here?
We are looking at a photograph of 2 of her fingers. The one in the center of the screen is the back of her right second finger or index finger, and we're seeing a gunshot entrance wound right below the knuckle.
And can you describe the damage that the projectile did after it entered the right index finger?
It basically went straight through her finger and came out on the other side.
Showing you photograph 4 of stage 25. What do we see in this photo?
So now we're looking at her hand with the palm up, and the finger that's extended is her right index finger, and we're seeing the exit wound in the middle of her finger.
And photograph 5 of stage 25. What does this show?
This is her hand seen from the side, and what you see is a probe. This is something we often use in an autopsy to try to clarify a bullet path. And this is just to demonstrate that it did go directly all the way through her finger.
You said earlier that the gunshot wound, the entrance wound to the center of her forehead was slightly irregular, consistent with the projectile striking something else before it entered her forehead.
Yes.
If only, considering that one projectile was found at the scene, one casing was found at the scene, and the injuries that you saw, are the injuries and appearance of those injuries consistent with the projectile striking the outside of the victim's finger, traveling through the palm side of that finger, and then that same projectile striking her forehead?
Yes.
Did you locate any soot on either the entrance wound to the back of her finger or her forehead?
No.
What is soot?
Soot is basically burned gunpowder. So in addition to the bullet that comes out of the muzzle of a gun, there is also burned gunpowder or soot and unburned gunpowder fragments.
What does the lack of soot on the entrance wounds, either the back of her finger or her forehead, tell you about the distance of the barrel of the firearm to the injury?
The absence of soot basically means there's nothing to show that it was a close range wound. So when we don't see soot, it's not consistent with the muzzle being very close to the surface of the skin where it struck.
What is meant by the term stippling?
Stippling refers to small dot-like abrasions that you can see around an entrance wound, which is caused by the unburned gunpowder fragments striking the skin.
Did you see any evidence of stippling on either the entrance wound to the back of her right finger or the entrance wound to her forehead?
No. And
what does the lack of stippling tell you about the distance of the barrel of the firearm that shot that projectile from the wound?
So again, we see stippling when the muzzle of the gun is close enough to the skin for those unburned gunpowder fragments to actually reach the skin. So we only see that up to, in general, from a few inches to about 1.5 feet or 2 feet. Depending on the weapon. So it tells me the lack of these features, the soot and the stippling, tells me that likely the distance of the muzzle of the gun is more than at least 2 feet.
During the course of your autopsy, was a toxicology screen done? Was a sample taken from her body?
Yes.
And was that toxicology sample then sent to a lab?
Yes.
Did you get the results of that toxicology?
Yes.
First of all, how do you go about collecting a sample to send to toxicology?
We collect a number of body fluids at the time of the autopsy, most importantly blood. We collect in laboratory tubes and send to a toxicology laboratory.
What were the results of the toxicology analysis done on Polina Wright's blood?
I showed the presence of alcohol. Her blood alcohol concentration was 0.046.
Did 0.046?
Yes.
And if the legal limit to drive is generally a 0.08, it's about half that?
Correct.
Okay. Did that presence of alcohol cause or contribute to cause her death in any way?
No.
Did you notice any other injuries to Miss Wright's body or medical conditions that caused or contributed to cause her death?
No.
What's meant by the phrase cause of death?
The cause of death is the specific disease or injury that leads to the physiological change in the body, resulting in no longer being compatible with life.
And what did you determine the cause of death to be for Polina Wright?
A gunshot wound of the head.
What does the term manner of death mean?
The manner of death refers to the circumstances around which a death occurs. And this is where we generally will classify a death as natural, homicide, accident, or suicide.
And is there a fifth, undetermined?
Yes, sometimes we do have to say undetermined if we just don't know.
And what did you determine the manner of death to be in this case involving Polina Wright?
The manner of death was homicide.
And from a medical standpoint, what does that term homicide mean to you?
It simply means death caused at the hands of another.
Thank you, Doctor. I have another question, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
May I please support?
Mr. Johnson.
It is afternoon.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Now, assuming that one bullet caused the injury to Miss Wright's index finger and to her head, what you can tell the jury is her index finger at some point must have been between the muzzle of the weapon and where it hit her in the forehead.
Yes.
Okay. Any way for you to tell what she was doing with her hand at the time it was struck?
No.
She could have been pushing her hair out of her face?
Yes.
Because it did enter the back, right?
Yes.
Not the front. So her hand was more in this position.
Yes.
Okay. And based on your observations of her hand and her forehead, you can opine that the weapon was more than 2 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Width of a normal dining room table is about 3. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So it could have been from the other side of a dining room table.
Yes.
And Ms. Wright's blood alcohol level at her height and weight was 0.046.
Yes.
Now, did you also find evidence that she had had a full meal prior to her death?
I have to refer to my report. Yes.
Okay. Could you even identify what kind of meal she might have had?
Yes. I described that she had partially digested food, including green pepper, tomatoes, onion, light meat, and tortilla.
Sounds like Mexican food.
Yes.
Would the fact that she had a stomach full of food have an impact on her blood alcohol level? Or at least the way the alcohol would have affected her?
Yes. Having a stomach full of food can delay absorption of alcohol.
And do weight and body size also have an impact on blood alcohol level?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that a larger, heavier person who consumed the same amount of alcohol as a smaller, lighter person is probably going to have a lower blood alcohol level?
Yes.
Now, you explained for Mr. Buxman that the homicide word that you use means a death caused by the volitional act of another person.
Yes.
I'm right with that.
Yes.
Okay. Homicide, the way you're using it, does not mean that the killing of Miss Wright was criminal. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Could have been the result of an accident or negligent act.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
State any redirect examination?
Very good for you, Mark. The blood alcohol content of 0.046 in her blood. Does the body stop metabolizing alcohol once she's deceased?
Yes,
So that would be the blood alcohol content at the time of her death.
yes,
Okay, it wouldn't change after she died on anything. A short period of time afterwards.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing.
Members of the jury, do any of y'all have questions of this witness? All right, seeing no hands, is she released? State?
She is, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Are you free to go about your day? Thank you for your time, Doctor. State, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this point, state rests.
We'll give Dr. Lang a moment. Members of the jury, the state of Florida has rested its case. So there are some procedural matters that we have to take up outside your presence at this point. So I'm going to have you go back to the jury room again, and we'll get you back in as soon as we're able. This may take some time, so please just be patient. Leave your notepads here face down. Don't discuss the case with one another. If you use your electronic devices, don't use them to try to learn about the case or people or places involved. We'll see you back shortly.
Okay, well, I guess they're taking a minute. So let's see here. Do they finish out the day or what?
Tomorrow, I'd like to put the afternoon to good use and try to get the jury instructions as close to an order as we can for them.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring them back in. I'll let them know. Okay, counsel, you all could be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10:04. Rather than risk going past 5 o'clock today, what we're going to do is we're going to break for the day. Okay, we'll have you back tomorrow morning. We'll begin court at 8:30. Now, there's some instructions I have to give you before we break for the day. First, you all have notepads here. Those need to remain here in the courtroom. Deputy Boucher will pick them up and he'll keep them under lock and key until tomorrow when they'll be handed back out to you. Second, there has been, as you have no doubt seen, a camera here in the courtroom throughout the trial. I do not know how far and wide and into what corners of the internet today's proceedings may have been broadcast or where they may be found. So for that reason, I'm going to instruct you all tonight to not watch any television news, to avoid the use of your cell phones and electronic devices, including social media. Okay. Do not watch local news. Do not read local news. Do not watch anything that is court related. Okay.
All right, y'all. Well, I guess that's it for today. We finished it out. I'm not quite sure how to redirect because I'm not that savvy. But let's take a look.
It is very important that you not be exposed to anything other.
Redirect you guys to, I don't know what I just did. Redirect you to, I don't. So, all right, guys. I'm going to end it here. We will be back tomorrow morning. Maybe start a little bit early so we don't run into anybody else's live. I don't like to do that. So thank you for joining me today. I very much appreciate it. And I will try to figure out why my thing is not working. So I see some things here that might direct me to her. Nope. Oh well. All right, y'all. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. And I will see you in the morning, okay? All right. Have a good night.